What if the beasts that haunt our nightmares were once catalogued as reality? Beneath layers of dust and time, ancient scrolls whisper of creatures so forbidden that merely speaking their names could summon their wrath. As the pale moonlight filtered through cracked stone walls, flickering shadows danced across forgotten pages, each turn telling tales of chimeras, griffins, and beasts that defy comprehension. History is not written by the victors alone. It often serves as a warning from those who vanished into oblivion, their fates sealed by the very monsters they dared to document. In the flickering torchlight of a long-abandoned library, the air thickens with an almost electric tension. Each musty tome holds not just ink and parchment, but the essence of fear that once gripped an entire civilization. What terror inspired scholars to meticulously describe these hybrids of myth and reality? Each illustration, each description, reveals a world where the boundaries of the natural and the supernatural blur, where man's curiosity dances dangerously close to madness. Historians speak of a great cataclysm that silenced these creatures, an event thought to be mere folklore, a tempest so fierce it tore through the fabric of existence. Yet the pages of these bestiaries hint at a darker truth, that the monsters may have been more than legends, their existence a threat to the very survival of humankind. As the past breathes anew, one cannot help but wonder, were these creatures guardians or harbingers? Just beyond the fragile veil of understanding lies an age-old warning, buried within the illustrations of a monstrous leviathan coiled in depths unknown, its scales reflecting the unquenchable greed of humanity. Could it be that those who documented these beings were not merely chroniclers but the first victims of their unholy allure? Amidst these whispers of dread, a troubling question rises. What if those bestiaries were not merely for knowledge, but a spell cast to keep the darkness at bay? Each page turned becomes a heartbeat, quickening as it draws the reader closer to a precipice where curiosity may ignite the very horrors they sought to contain. Yet, the pull of the forbidden is strong, and as shadows lengthen, one senses that the true story is about to unravel, an awakening that may unleash what should never have been disturbed. In the stillness, the past waits, heavy with anticipation. Somewhere, deep in the recesses of forgotten lore, the echoes of those ancient scholars linger, their warnings etched in the very marrow of their texts. They knew the price of unveiling this knowledge, a cost paid in blood and terror. What will it take to face this legacy, to confront the monsters that have haunted humanity since time immemorial? As the night thickens, an ominous presence looms, an invitation to confront the forgotten, to awaken the forbidden, and to unearth the truth hiding in the shadows of history. The creatures of the past are stirring, and the world is unprepared for the secrets soon to be unleashed. In a dimly lit medieval scriptorium, the air heavy with the scent of ink and aged parchment, a figure hunches over a wooden table. With an intense gaze, the monk meticulously inscribes the words of ancient texts, his quill scratching against the surface in a rhythmic dance. Around him, shelves sag under the weight of scrolls, each containing the whispers of creatures both real and imagined. This was the birthplace of Bestiaries, where knowledge mingled with myth and the ordinary collided with the extraordinary. Bestiaries emerged as more than just books. They were portals to a world filled with wonder and fear, where every animal told a story, and each tale carried a lesson. These fascinating compilations of animal lore, often richly illustrated, served as guides not just to the natural world but to the moral fabric of society. To read a bestiary was to understand humanity's place within the great tapestry of creation, where the line between the real and the fantastical blurred like the edges of a dream. Their origins stretch back to the ancient world, where scholars like Aristotle and Pliny the Elder laid the groundwork. These early thinkers chronicled the wonders of the animal kingdom, their observations cloaked in the awe of discovery. Yet it was the medieval period that truly breathed life into the bestiary, transforming them into vibrant texts filled with illustrations that sprang off the page. The creatures contained within were not merely subjects of study. They were infused with symbolism and allegory, each one a reflection of human virtues and vices. Imagine flipping through the pages of a bestiary, your fingers grazing over the intricate images of lions, unicorns, and dragons. Each creature beckons with its own tale. The lion, a symbol of Christ, roars with majesty, while the unicorn, elusive and pure, invites contemplation on the nature of faith. There, amidst the vivid images, the reader can feel the pulse of history, a connection to the past that transcends time. The artist who painted these creatures poured his heart into every stroke, hoping to capture not just the likeness, but the very essence of what each animal represented. As the sunlight streamed through the small windows of the scriptorium, casting a golden glow on the parchment, the monk would often lose himself in reverie. He believed that the creatures held secrets known only to the divine. A glimpse into the mind of God himself. It is said that these bestiaries were not merely instructional, they were meditative texts, inviting readers to reflect on their own lives while contemplating the lessons woven into the fabric of each story. The bestiary, in its early form, was heavily influenced by the ancient physiologus, a text thought to have been written in the 2nd century, perhaps in Alexandria. This work combined animal observations with moral teachings, creating a blueprint for future bestiaries. The physiologus was like a seed planted in fertile soil, from which many medieval texts would blossom. Scholars and theologians found solace in its pages, drawn to the idea that understanding nature could lead to a deeper understanding of God and the universe. As the centuries rolled on, these texts evolved, adapting to the tastes and needs of each era. The bestiaries became more than simple encyclopedias of animals. They morphed into rich tapestries of culture and belief. Monks and scholars from various regions contributed their unique interpretations, infusing local lore into the narratives. And so the bestiary became a collective effort, a mosaic of human experience, stitched together with words and images that told of both the mundane and the miraculous. With each turn of the page, the reader finds the tension between fear and fascination. Take the dragon, for instance, a creature that captivates the imagination while also instilling terror. In the bestiary, dragons symbolize sin and chaos, yet they also embody the struggle of the soul against evil. The tales surrounding them warn of the dangers lurking within and outside oneself, urging the reader to confront their own inner demons while battling against the dragons that threaten to consume them. These books were, in many ways, mirrors reflecting the hopes, fears, and beliefs of those who created and read them. The reader could feel their pulse quickening with each story. Whether it be the heartbreaking tale of the pelican, who is said to pierce its own breast to feed its young with its blood, or the heartwarming account of the dog, loyal and true, standing as a symbol of faithfulness in a world fraught with betrayal. Each animal held a lesson, a guiding principle for living a righteous life. As the ink dried on the pages, the bestiary began to weave itself into the very fabric of society. They became a staple in monasteries and households alike, teaching children and adults the intricacies of morality cloaked in the guise of animal antics. The stories spread like wildfire, transcending borders and languages, as each version added a new layer of meaning and artistry. The bestiary was not just a book. It became a living, breathing entity that connected believers across cultures. With every flicker of the candle flame in the scriptorium, the monk felt the weight of his task. He was not merely a writer, he was a guardian of knowledge, a bridge between the ancient past and a future yet to be written. The urgency of his work pulsed through his veins, as he understood the importance of preserving these tales for generations to come. The echoes of long-gone scholars resonated in his mind, the whispers of ancient wisdom urging him forward. The bestiary was a tapestry of human emotion. stitched together with the threads of nature and the divine. As the monk dipped his quill once more into the inkwell, each drop seemed to carry the weight of 100 stories. The creatures awaited, eager to reveal their secrets, beckoning the reader to immerse themselves in a world where every beast had a voice and every tale held the power to transform. In this universe, the line between reality and fable became a mere illusion, tantalizing the imagination and compelling the heart to race. As a last stroke of the quill graced the parchment, the monk sensed the world shift around him, as if the very animals he had penned were stirring to life, ready to leap from the pages and into the hearts of those who dared to believe in the magic woven into the fabric of existence. In the dim light of flickering torches, an ancient manuscript lay open, its pages yellowed and fragile, revealing a world where the boundaries of reality blurred into the ethereal. Each illustration of creatures, some familiar, others bizarre, whispered tales of wonder and dread, inviting the reader to step back into a time when monsters roamed the minds of men and myth intertwined with the mundane. The creatures danced, sketched in vibrant ink, their stories a palpable heartbeat echoing through the ages. But it was not just their forms that captivated. It was the mythology that breathed life into them, transforming mere animals into symbols, warnings, and gods. Take, for instance, the phoenix, its fiery wings stretching wide, a testament to rebirth and the eternal cycle of life and death. Every ancient bestiary held its own version of this legendary bird, its plumage aflame, rising from its ashes like a sun breaking through the dawn. The phoenix was not merely a creature, it was a promise of hope, a reminder that even from the darkest moments light could emerge. Stories of the phoenix ignited the imaginations of those who felt trapped in the mundane, urging them to look beyond their immediate struggles and grasp the possibility of renewal. Yet not all creatures brought comfort. Some were harbingers of fear, representing the chaos lurking just outside the threshold of civilization. The chimera, a grotesque blend of lion, goat, and serpent, was more than a fantastical beast. It embodied the fear of the unknown, a warning of the dangers that lurked at life's edges. In Bestiaries, its image served as a cautionary tale, urging people to confront their inner monsters and the chaos that threatened to unravel the fabric of their communities. As warriors and scholars penned tales of its ferocity, they laid bare their deepest insecurities, using the chimera as a vehicle to navigate their anxieties. The intricate web of mythology surrounding these creatures spoke volumes about the values, fears, and aspirations of ancient cultures. In the pages of the Bestiaries, the unicorn emerged, symbolizing purity and grace, a creature so rare it could only be captured in dreams. The lore told of its horn, said to possess healing powers, resonating with a longing for innocence in a world often tainted by greed and malice. It was not just a wishful fantasy, it expressed a collective yearning for something pure, something to believe in amidst the turmoil of life. Stories of brave knights questing for the unicorn underscored the struggle between good and evil, a reflection of the moral battles that raged within every heart. As one turned the pages, the sirens sang softly from the margins, their haunting beauty captivating sailors and drawing them to treacherous shores. These mythic beings, half woman, half fish, represented the duality of attraction and danger. In their song lay a powerful warning, a reminder of the seductions life offered that could lead one to ruin. They were both enchanting and lethal, like the very myths that surrounded them, dancing through the minds of those who dared to listen. In the hushed corners of cities, fireside stories echoed the themes found in the Bestiaries, narratives steeped in lessons about humility, bravery, and the consequences of hubris. The tales of the griffin, a majestic guardian of treasure, served as warnings against avarice. Its fierce loyalty and strength demanded respect, reflecting the ancient belief that power should not be wielded irresponsibly. Each creature, each story, served as a moral compass, guiding people through the complexities of their existence. But the true magic of these ancient texts lay not just in the creatures but in the way they intertwined mythology with the lived experiences of people. They mirrored the cosmos and the chaos of human emotions, capturing the essence of fear, love, and aspiration. The dragons, fire-breathing, winged beasts, both feared and revered, were emblematic of the greatest trials one could face. They stood for the internal battles against one's demons, challenges that demanded courage and wit to overcome. The dragon's tale was universal, echoing through centuries, resonating with every heart that had ever faced its own fears. As the ink dried on these pages, something profound happened. The Bestiaries became vessels of knowledge, each illustration and word a link to the past. They were not just dry collections of facts, but living, breathing entities that connected generations. Priests and scholars carefully preserved these texts, understanding their power to teach and transform. In temples and libraries, the bestiaries served as guides, illuminating human experience through the lens of myth and allegory. Children gathered around fires, eyes wide with wonder as elders recited the tales of the manticore, its lion's body and human face instilling both fear and curiosity. The stories wove together the fabric of culture, with each retelling adding layers to the existing mythology. The manticore, with its deadly sting and riddles, embodied the consequences of deceit and the importance of wisdom. Its presence in the bestiary was a reminder that knowledge was power. But with it came responsibility. The beauty of these ancient texts lay in their ability to transcend time, whispering truths that still ring with relevance today. Each creature invited the reader to ponder not just the nature of the world around them, but the depths of their own soul. As the pages turned, they revealed not just fanciful beasts, but mirrors reflecting human nature, encapsulating the triumphs and tragedies that define existence. In the shadows of myth, the ancient bestiaries held a treasure trove of wisdom and emotion, a continuous flow of stories that intertwined the fantastical and the real. With every line, every illustration, they beckoned the reader closer to truths that were as wild and unpredictable as the creatures themselves. The reader, entranced by the vivid depictions and the emotions they stirred, felt the lines between reality and fantasy blur, drawing them into a world where the mythical was real, and every beast was a key to understanding the human experience. In the flickering light of 1,000 candles, shadows danced on the walls of ancient palaces, whispering stories that transcended time itself. Long before the age of skyscrapers and technology, in a land cradled by 2 mighty rivers, the people of Mesopotamia etched their dreams, fears, and ambitions into clay tablets. Each mark, each curve of the cuneiform script held the weight of their worlds. These were not just words. They were the heartbeat of a civilization, a pulse that still resonates within the very fabric of our existence. Beneath the surface of these texts lay a web of emotions, tales of love and loss, of gods and monsters, and of humanity's unyielding quest for meaning. The Epic of Gilgamesh, perhaps the most famous of these ancient stories, painted a portrait of a king caught in the throes of existential dread. Would he conquer death? Would he find true friendship? As the ink dried on those tablets, it captured the essence of what it means to be alive, a timeless chase for immortality that still haunts modern hearts. But it was not just the grand epics that shaped the world. The smaller, everyday texts sang the songs of ordinary lives. Letters between lovers, administrative records, and economic transactions told the story of a bustling civilization filled with hope and ambition. Each tablet was a snapshot of life, revealing the intricate tapestry of social structures, trade, and familial bonds. The emotions woven into these records breathe life into history, giving voice to individuals who would otherwise remain silent. As scholars painstakingly translated these texts, They uncovered a trove of wisdom that laid the foundation for law and governance. The Code of Hammurabi, inscribed on a stele, stands as one of the earliest examples of justice, a set of rules that articulated the principles of fairness and order. An eye for an eye, it proclaimed, echoing through the ages. This fierce devotion to justice sparked a fire in the hearts of those who sought to create societies built on equity, casting a long shadow that stretches into contemporary justice systems. But the emotional depth of these texts goes far beyond their legal implications. They reveal the desires, fears, and aspirations of a people striving to make sense of their existence in a world fraught with uncertainty. The stories of their deities, such as Enlil and Ishtar, reflect human emotions, jealousy, love, and vengeance, showing that even gods grappled with the complexities of their own narratives. These divine dramas unfold in ways that mirror human experience, creating a connection that is palpable even thousands of years later. In the quiet corners of libraries, surrounded by the dust of ages, scholars have come to understand the profound impact of these ancient words. They are the foundation of literature, philosophy, and even science. The Mesopotamians were not just scribes. They were storytellers and thinkers, laying out theories about astronomy and mathematics that would guide future generations. Their moon calendars and numerical systems would eventually influence everything from navigation to agriculture, forever altering the course of human civilization. As the sun sets over the ruins of ancient cities, the echoes of these texts linger in the air, filling it with an electric energy. Imagine a scribe hunched over his work, his brow furrowed in concentration, the soft scratching of his stylus against clay creating a rhythm that mirrors the heartbeat of a city. In that moment, he is not just preserving records, he is forging a connection with the future, inviting others to witness the soul of his time. Every word he writes is a thread in a vast tapestry, interwoven with others across the centuries. That tapestry is rich with stories of triumph and despair, reflecting the unchanging human condition. The texts serve as a bridge, connecting the past with the present, reminding us that the emotions we feel today, love, fear, ambition, are the same emotions that coursed through the veins of those who lived millennia ago. And just as the cuneiform characters danced on the surface of the clay, so too did the stories seep into the hearts of those who read them. They ignited passions, stirred debates, and inspired revolutions. At times, they acted as a balm, providing solace to those grappling with their own struggles, reminding them that they were not alone in their fight. The words became a lifeline, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. This bond forged by the ancient texts is not merely academic, it is visceral. The sacrifices made to preserve these stories, the lives spent deciphering their meanings, speak to a powerful truth, that history is alive, pulsing with emotion, echoing the very essence of humanity. The influence of Mesopotamian texts is like a river, its currents shaping the land, carving paths for future civilizations to follow and learn. As the shadows lengthen and the candles flicker, the ancient words continue their silent call, urging each generation to listen, to reflect, and to create anew. They are not just relics of a bygone era, they are the foundation upon which modern thought stands. The influence of these texts is a living thread that weaves through time, pulling us forward, urging us to engage with the questions and mysteries that have lingered since the dawn of civilization. And just beyond the horizon of these tales lies another chapter, waiting to be written, another wave of influence ready to sweep across the ages, forever changing the landscape of human understanding. The stories are not finished. They are still being told, still inspiring awe and igniting the imagination. In this intricate dance of history, the Mesopotamian texts leave an indelible mark, a legacy that beckons us to write our own stories, to continue the conversation that began so long ago. In the shadowy halls of an ancient temple, the air thick with incense and the weight of history, a flicker of torchlight dances across the walls. Each flicker reveals vibrant scenes carved in stone, where life meets death and the everyday intertwines with the divine. Here, the language of the gods is etched in images, each symbol a doorway into the depths of a civilization that flourished along the Nile. Egyptian hieroglyphs are not mere letters. They are living breath, capturing the very essence of existence. As the fire's glow illuminates the figures, a scene unfolds. A majestic falcon, wings outstretched, eyes sharp and commanding. This bird, known to all as Horus, embodies the sky and kingship. The hieroglyphs surrounding him whisper tales of protection and power, invoking awe and reverence. The falcon's fierce gaze seems to pierce the viewer's soul, drawing them into a world where every creature holds meaning, where each animal is a symbol of greater truths about life and death, love and war. But as one gazes deeper, the thrill of discovery quickens the pulse. The hieroglyphic inscriptions come alive with stories of lions prowling through the grasslands, symbols of strength and ferocity. These beasts, depicted with pride and precision, embody the might of the pharaohs, kings who believed they were divinely chosen to rule. The lion's roar echoes through time, resonating with the heartbeats of those who once stood before these walls, feeling the vibrations of power coursing through their veins. Then the viewer's breath catches at the sight of a delicate ibis, its long beak poised gracefully against the backdrop of the cosmos. This sacred bird, associated with Thoth, the god of wisdom, symbolizes intellect and writing. The hieroglyphs paint a picture of balance and knowledge, where the rhythm of the Nile pulses in harmony with the cycles of life. Suddenly, the viewer feels as if they too are part of this ancient narrative, caught between the realms of earthly existence and celestial wisdom. The tension rises as the viewer's gaze shifts to a scene of chaos. A serpent, coiled and menacing, its scales glistening in the torchlight. This creature warns of danger, embodying the chaos that lies beneath the surface of the tranquil Nile. The riddle of life is one of balance, where good must wrestle with evil, where the fight between light and shadow plays out in vivid strokes of artistry. Here, the viewer can almost hear the whispers of priests chanting, pleading for protection from the darkness that lurks just beyond the light. As the journey through these stone-carved tales continues, emotions swell with every turn. A herd of cattle grazes peacefully, each cow a symbol of fertility and abundance. Their presence is a reminder of the life-sustaining gifts of the Nile, but also a warning of the fragility of existence. The hieroglyphs do not shy away from the harsh realities of life. Instead, they embrace them, showcasing the duality of joy and sorrow that permeates human experience. Just then, a figure emerges from the shadows. A scribe, his fingers stained with ink, poring over papyrus scrolls filled with these profound symbols. He is a keeper of secrets, a weaver of stories, translating the whispers of the gods into a language that can be understood by the living. The weight of his responsibility hangs heavy in the air. Every stroke of his brush carries the essence of truth and the legacy of his people. It is said that to be a scribe is to hold the key to immortality, where every word penned will endure beyond the grave. Yet, beneath this reverence lies a current of urgency. The viewer senses a looming storm, an inevitable clash between the old ways and the encroaching future. The hieroglyphs pulse with life, but the sands of time are shifting. The once bustling civilization, filled with the laughter of children and the wisdom of elders, now feels a tremor of uncertainty. What will become of these stories? Will they be lost to the merciless passage of time? The thought sends shivers down the viewer's spine. The tension crescendos as scenes of battle emerge, chariots racing across the desert, warriors clad in armor, fierce expressions etched into their faces. The hieroglyphs narrate the struggle for power, for survival, for the very soul of Egypt. Every clash of swords echoes with the cries of the fallen, and the viewer feels their heart race alongside the warriors, a visceral connection forged through the ages. The thrill of competition, the fear of loss, the desperation to protect one's land and legacy, all captured in these timeless symbols. And then, at the edge of the temple, a powerful image stands tall, a great pyramid, its peak reaching toward the heavens. This monumental structure symbolizes the ultimate journey, the belief in life after death, a testament to the human spirit's quest for immortality. The hieroglyphs surrounding it speak of the afterlife, of judgment, and of the trials one must face. In that moment, the viewer is enveloped in a profound sense of wonder and trepidation. What lies beyond the veil? What awaits in the realm of the gods? With a heartbeat that quickens and a breath that catches, the viewer realizes they are not merely observers. They are participants in this grand tapestry woven through time. The walls of the temple pulse with an energy that defies the constraints of mortality, as the stories of creatures and deities, warriors and sages, intertwine in an unending dance. Each symbol holds a universe of knowledge, a mirror reflecting the myriad facets of life itself. As the flickering torchlight fades, the viewer is left with an insatiable hunger for more, a yearning to understand, to witness the unfolding of history, and to feel the echo of lives once lived. The hieroglyphs, these first visual bestiaries, stand resolute, guardians of a legacy that refuses to fade. They are a reminder that though the sands of time may shift, the stories of the past remain forever intertwined with the present, waiting to be uncovered, reinterpreted, and felt in every heartbeat that passes. In the flickering light of an ancient fire, shadows danced across the rugged walls of a cave, casting eerie shapes that seemed to breathe and pulse with life. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and something else, something primal. Outside, the desert wind howled its mournful tune, carrying whispers of a world long past, where the heavens and earth intertwined in a cosmic ballet of good and evil. This was the world shaped by Zoroastrianism, a faith that carved its way into the very fabric of existence, casting a spell that would forever alter the way humanity viewed the creatures that roamed its lands. In the sacred texts of Zoroastrianism, creatures were not mere animals, they were embodiments of larger cosmic struggles. The Zoroastrian worldview was steeped in dualism, where every being played its part in a grand narrative of light and darkness. Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity, dazzled in his brilliance, while Angra Mainyu, the evil spirit, lurked in the shadows, ready to ensnare the unwary. This constant battle between good and evil infused every creature with layers of meaning, making them more than just flesh and bone. Take, for instance, the majestic lion, a symbol of strength and courage. In Zoroastrian lore, the lion was not just a king of beasts, but a fierce warrior of light. It stood valiantly against the darkness, its roar echoing as a clarion call for justice. Those who beheld its powerful form felt a sense of awe, a visceral connection to something greater than themselves. When a lion prowled through the ancient hills, it was as if the very essence of Ahura Mazda flowed through its sinewy muscles, uniting the observer's heart with the pulse of the universe. The lion's eyes held stories of valor, reflecting the eternal battle, one that stirred emotions deep within the soul. Yet not all creatures basked in the light. The serpents, with their sly movements and chilling presence, were viewed with suspicion and fear. In Zoroastrian thought, they represented chaos, a threat to the divine order established by Ahura Mazda. Their slithering forms could evoke a shiver down the spine, a reminder of Angra Mainyu's insidious influence. When one encountered a serpent in the wild, it was impossible to shake the feeling that darkness was lurking just beneath the surface, ready to strike. The tension in the air was palpable, a harsh reminder that good and evil were not distant concepts but forces that coiled around life itself. Birds, too, were woven into this rich tapestry of creature descriptions. The Zoroastrian faith revered the sacred bird, the huma, believed to bring fortunes from the skies. With its wings spread wide, it soared above the earth, a symbol of hope and renewal. Encountering a huma in flight stirred the heart and made the spirit yearn for the divine. It was not just a bird, it was a messenger, a creature that carried the weight of dreams on its feathered back, drawing people into a dance of joy and aspiration. In stark contrast, the raven flitted through the stories as a harbinger of misfortune, lurking in the shadows with its dark plumage and cunning eyes. It represented the uncertainty of fate and the fickle nature of life itself. When its caw echoed through the valleys, a chill would often settle in the bones, as if the raven was whispering secrets of doom. This duality of creatures, glorified and demonized, reflected the human experience, filled with moments of light and dark, hope and despair. As Zoroastrianism flourished, these creatures were not merely figments of imagination, but reflections of the values and fears of society. Artists, sculptors, and storytellers drew inspiration from the teachings of the faith, crafting images that resonated with every heart. Each brushstroke, each chisel mark, brought forth creatures that were alive with emotion, stirring the deepest corners of the human psyche. The imagery became a language of its own, telling tales of moral struggles and triumphs through the eyes of beasts and birds. In the bustling streets of ancient Persia, merchants would recount tales of magical creatures to anyone who would listen. A shimmering fish that could heal with its touch, a magnificent horse that could outrun the wind. Each story was infused with the very essence of Zoroastrian belief. Children would gather, eyes wide with wonder, as they heard of creatures that embodied hope and despair, light and darkness. It was in these moments that the teachings of Zoroastrianism came alive, breathing life into the mundane and crafting a narrative that danced with vibrancy. The impact of Zoroastrianism on creature descriptions extended beyond mere storytelling. It seeped into the very fabric of Persian culture, influencing poetry, art, and philosophy. The dramatic contrasts between light and dark were mirrored in the vibrant colors of textiles and the intricate patterns of carpets. Each woven thread told tales of creatures that soared high and slithered low, echoing the eternal struggle that Zoroastrians believed existed in every heart and every corner of the earth. As dusk fell on the ancient landscapes, the shadows grew longer, enveloping the world in mystery. The creatures of Zoroastrian lore lingered in the minds of those who dared to listen, their stories intertwining with the very essence of existence. The majestic lion roared in the distance, while the serpent coiled around the roots of ancient trees. And as the night deepened, the huma soared through the starlit sky, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. In this web of life, every creature, every heartbeat, played a part in the grand narrative of good versus evil. The tension crackled in the air, a reminder of the stakes at hand, and as the flames flickered low, the stories continued to unfold, echoing through the ages, waiting for someone to grasp the threads and weave them anew, in a world that still trembled with the echoes of Zoroastrianism's profound impact on the creatures that dwell within the stories of old. In a dimly lit chamber, flickering oil lamps cast shadows on ancient scrolls, their edges frayed with time. Each parchment whispered secrets of creatures that danced on the edge of reality and myth. Here, where the air was thick with the scent of beeswax and aged papyrus, the ink bore witness to the astonishing tapestry of existence, a world where nature and myth intertwined, where beasts roamed not just in forests and fields, but also in the imaginations of those who dared to write. Greek bestiaries were more than mere collections of animals. They were vivid chronicles of the wondrous and the terrifying, capturing the hearts and minds of all who read them. As one delved into these pages, it felt like stepping into a realm where lions were not just kings of the jungle, but also symbols of strength and valor, often depicted alongside gods and heroes. The majestic lion, with its golden mane, was a creature of awe, feared and revered in equal measure. Tales spun from its roars echoed through the halls of temples where worshippers would kneel in reverence, believing the lion's spirit could protect them from harm. And then there were the serpents, sleek and sinuous, often cloaked in mystery. The Greeks painted them as both malevolent and benevolent, guardians of hidden knowledge or harbingers of doom. The myth of the serpent, entwined with the story of Asclepius, the god of healing, revealed the dual nature of these creatures. They could be seen slithering through the lush valleys, symbolizing rebirth and transformation, while also lurking in the shadows, ready to strike with venomous intent. The very mention of their name sent shivers down the spine, as one could never quite tell whether the serpent would bring healing or destruction. The pages turned, revealing stories of fantastical beasts, creatures that could only be born from the vivid imaginations of their storytellers. The chimera, with the body of a lion, the head of a goat, and a serpent for a tail, was a nightmare brought to life. Yet it was not just a creature of horror, it symbolized the chaos of nature itself. The ancient Greeks understood that the world was wild and untamed, full of wonders and terrors that could strike at any moment. They painted these beasts not just as a warning, but as a reflection of their own fears and hopes, a reminder that humanity was as much a part of nature's story as the creatures they depicted. These bestiaries stood as bridges between the known and the unknown, where the natural world met the divine. The eagle, a creature revered for its soaring flight, became a messenger of the gods. Its keen eyesight was said to pierce through the veil of mortal understanding, bringing wisdom from the heavens. The image of an eagle perched on a branch, surveying its kingdom below, stirred a sense of yearning, a desire to rise above the mundane and touch the divine. In the quiet of the library, one could almost hear the whispered tales of the phoenix, a bird that would rise from its own ashes, a symbol of eternal life. As the flames consumed its body, hope flickered like the last dying ember, promising rebirth and renewal. This cycle of destruction and creation resonated deeply within the human spirit, echoing the struggles and triumphs of life itself. Each tale of the phoenix kindled a fire within, a belief that even in the darkest moments, resurrection was possible. Among the rich tapestry of these stories, the satyr danced, a creature embodying both man and beast, a wild spirit full of mischief and joy. With the laughter of flutes and the rustling of leaves, he led the revelries of nature, celebrating the freedom of life untamed. The satyr was a reminder to embrace the joys of existence, to lose oneself in the music of the world and the whispers of the wind. In the stories, he became a symbol of untamed passion, an invitation to break free from the constraints of civilization. But lurking in the shadows of these enchanting tales were creatures of darkness. The harpy, with its sharp claws and piercing screams, was a manifestation of all that was feared. These winged spirits could swoop down, snatching away the innocent, leaving behind a trail of dread. The harpy's story was a reflection of the human fear of loss, of the things taken too soon by the hands of fate. The tales of these creatures stirred emotions that ran deep, evoking a sense of vulnerability in a world where danger often lurked unseen. As the ink dried on the final scrolls, the bestiaries became a mirror reflecting the complexities of life. They captured the duality of existence, the delicate balance of creation and destruction, joy and sorrow, light and darkness. Each beast, each story was intertwined with the fabric of human experience, revealing that nature was not merely a backdrop but a vital player in the grand narrative of life. The room, once filled only with the glow of lamps and the rustle of parchment, now pulsed with life. The stories seemed to leap from the pages, swirling in the air like ethereal shadows, begging to be heard. The hearts of the readers pounded with anticipation, their imaginations igniting. A sense of urgency gripped the space, as if the very walls could sense the weight of the tales that longed to be told. In this charged atmosphere, the bestiaries beckoned, their ancient wisdom wrapped in layers of emotion, threading the line between reality and fantasy. The creatures, the myths, they were not finished. They were alive, waiting for the next voice to breathe life into them once more. The tension hung in the air, thick and electric, as the stories awaited their next awakening. Poised on the edge of the unknown and ready to unleash their magic once again. Beneath the vast Roman sky, the sun blazed down, casting long shadows on the bustling streets of a city alive with noise and vigor. Citizens rushed about, their faces illuminated by a mixture of purpose and curiosity, as whispers of the extraordinary circulated among them. The air crackled with anticipation, for news had spread that a new masterpiece was being unveiled, a comprehensive account of the natural world, written by a man whose name would echo through the ages, Pliny the Elder. As one approached the grand library in the heart of Rome, the excitement was palpable. People gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of this monumental work, Historia Naturalis. The mere mention of its title sent shivers down spines, for it promised to unlock the treasures of the earth, revealing the wonders and mysteries that had captivated humankind since time immemorial. What secrets lay within those pages? What astonishing creatures, plants, and minerals awaited discovery? The doors swung open, and a hush fell over the crowd. They entered, hearts pounding as if stepping into a sacred chamber. Shelves lined the walls, groaning under the weight of manuscripts, scrolls, and papyrus. Each document held the potential to change lives, to illuminate the minds of those hungry for knowledge. Pliny's ambition was to gather all that was known about the natural world, from the tiniest insect to the mightiest mountain, and present it in a way that would engage and educate. In the pages of Historia Naturalis, the sheer breadth of Roman contributions came alive. The descriptions of animals were not mere facts, but vibrant tales of existence. Imagine reading about the majestic elephant, its great ears flapping like sails in the wind, or the ferocious lion, whose roar echoed across the plains, instilling both awe and fear. Pliny's words made the reader feel as if they could reach out and touch the coarse fur of a bear or the slick scales of a snake. This was no ordinary book. It was a portal into the very heart of nature. But it was not just the animals that captivated the imagination. Pliny devoted entire sections to plants and their uses, weaving a rich tapestry of herbal knowledge. He wrote about the healing power of lavender, the strength of oak, and the intoxicating aroma of spices that graced the Roman tables. Each description resonated with the reader, stirring a longing to wander through lush gardens or to pluck an herb from the earth and feel its vitality surge through the fingertips. Yet, as the audience absorbed this wealth of information, a sense of urgency permeated the air. It was as if Pliny was not just sharing knowledge but issuing a call to action. He reminded the people that with great knowledge came great responsibility. The natural world, in all its beauty, also held dangers. The venomous snake, lurking in the shadows, was a stark reminder of the delicate balance that must be maintained. The Romans were not merely passive observers in this grand narrative. They were players, tasked with protecting and understanding the world around them. As they read on, the narrative shifted. The excitement of discovery turned to a sobering reflection on the exploitation of nature. Pliny did not shy away from the darker aspects of humanity's relationship with the earth, the insatiable hunger for resources, the greed that led to deforestation, and the relentless pursuit of wealth at nature's expense were all laid bare. The audience sat in silence, grappling with the weight of these revelations, realizing that the very beauty they marveled at was at risk. A tremor of tension rippled through the crowd as whispers turned into gasps. Pliny's accounts of the wonders of the natural world were interspersed with tales of destruction. He spoke of extinct species, of lands stripped bare, and the haunting consequences of ignorance. The fear of losing these treasures loomed large, creating an emotional storm that swept through the hearts of those present. For a moment, the vibrant colors of nature dimmed, overshadowed by the looming specter of human folly. In the midst of this turmoil, there was a glimmer of hope. Pliny's words ignited a passion for knowledge and stewardship. He encouraged the Romans to appreciate the natural world, to study it, and to protect it. The sense of urgency morphed into a collective resolve. Eyes lit up as they envisioned a future where humans coexisted harmoniously with nature, respecting its rhythms and cycles. The library felt alive with possibility, each person resonating with Pliny's vision of a brighter tomorrow. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the back of the room. A young scholar, inspired and emboldened, demanded answers. What can we do? How can we ensure that our children inherit this world? The question hung heavy in the air, a poignant echo of the urgency that had taken root. The crowd, now united in purpose, looked to the front, where an empty podium awaited their leader's voice. As the tension mounted, the energy shifted again, swirling with possibilities. Pliny, though physically absent, seemed to permeate the atmosphere, guiding their thoughts. The audience collectively leaned in, straining to hear the wisdom he would impart. They envisioned themselves as stewards, protectors of the earth, filled with a newfound sense of duty, every heartbeat in rhythm echoing the call to action that Pliny had planted within them. The excitement in the room transformed into something electric, a current of emotion that swept through every onlooker. They felt compelled to share this knowledge, to teach their children about the wonders of nature, the importance of preserving it, and the beauty of coexistence. The words of Pliny the Elder inspired a revolution of thought, sparking a flame that would burn brightly in the hearts of generations to come. With every passing moment, the library transformed into a sanctuary of ideas and passion. The victims of the natural world became champions of knowledge, igniting conversations that would ripple through the very fabric of Roman society. The essence of Historia Naturalis transcended the pages. It became a living force, urging the Romans to embrace their role as guardians of the earth. Pliny's work was not just a book. It was a movement, a legacy that would echo through time. Even as the sun dipped below the horizon, the energy within the library did not wane. The sounds of laughter and spirited debate filled the air, weaving a tapestry of hope and determination. The audience recognized that they were standing on the precipice of greatness, armed with knowledge that could change the course of history. And so, the story of Historia Naturalis would continue to unfold, weaving its way through time, igniting passion and purpose, forever urging humanity to cherish and protect the bountiful gifts of the natural world. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit scriptorium, a monk carefully dipped his quill into ink, his heart racing with the promise of stories waiting to be revived. Each stroke of his pen was a lifeline, a bridge connecting the ancient past to the present. As he wrote, the shadows danced on the stone walls, whispering tales of creatures both wondrous and terrifying. These were not mere tales, but vivid windows into a world where the natural and the supernatural intertwined, where every beast held a lesson, a moral, or a mystery waiting to unfold. Medieval bestiaries were not just books. They were tapestries of knowledge, weaving together the wisdom of the ancients and the beliefs of the time. They were filled with illustrations that sprang to life, inviting readers into a realm where every creature, from the majestic lion to the elusive unicorn, was rich with symbolic meaning. The monk's hand trembled in excitement as he captured these creatures on parchment, each one infused with layers of significance that echoed through centuries. These books were a synthesis of ancient texts, reflecting the knowledge of Greek and Roman scholars who had pondered the natural world long before. While Aristotle and Pliny the Elder meticulously catalogued animals, medieval scribes infused their own interpretations and spiritual insights, transforming straightforward descriptions into allegorical tales. The lion, king of beasts, represented Christ, his strength and nobility reflecting divine authority. The fox, cunning and sly, embodied the dangers of deception. With every page turned, the balance of nature and morality became more palpable. a living testament to the interconnectedness of life. One could almost hear the rustle of the pages as the monk flipped to the section on the phoenix, the magnificent bird that rose from its ashes, symbolizing rebirth and resurrection. This image resonated deeply within the Christian context of the time, providing a powerful metaphor for hope and renewal. The monk paused, his breath catching in his throat as he felt the weight of history pressing down upon him, the struggles of countless souls seeking salvation mirrored in the fiery flight of this mythical creature. He could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before him, urging him to carry on their legacy. He moved on, his eyes wide with wonder as he penned the tale of the dragon, a creature both feared and revered. Dragons in bestiaries were often woven into the fabric of Christian teachings, standing for evil and sin. Yet they also represented the trials one must overcome to attain virtue. The ink flowed freely as he described their fierce scales and fiery breath, igniting the imagination and evoking a shiver of fear mingled with awe. The monk could almost feel the heat of the dragon's breath against his skin, a reminder of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Yet it wasn't only the ferocious beasts that gripped the heart. There were gentle creatures as well, like the unicorn, symbolizing purity and grace. The bestiary described how this elusive animal could only be tamed by a virgin, a reflection of the time's ideals about purity and virtue. The monk paused as he considered the implications of this image, feeling a pang of longing for a world where innocence reigned supreme. The unicorn's story spoke of hope, of the possibility of a world filled with untainted love and beauty. In this moment, the scriptorium felt alive, charged with the energy of 1,000 lives and dreams intertwined. The monk's mind raced with thoughts of the creatures that roamed not only the earth but also the imagination of his contemporaries. Each animal bore witness to the human condition, each story a thread in the vast tapestry of life. He could almost hear the distant calls of the animals echoing through the ages, a lion's roar, a wolf's howl, a bird's sweet song, each sound a reminder of the lessons learned from nature. The bestiary was more than a collection of fables. It was a reflection of humanity's quest for understanding, a mirror held up to the soul of mankind. As he continued his work, the monk felt an urgency, a fervor that pushed him to capture every detail, every nuance. The air was thick with anticipation as he wrote of the griffin, a creature that was half lion, half eagle, symbolizing the union of strength and wisdom. The majestic beast soared through the skies, a living emblem of the divine messenger, urging humanity to rise above its earthly struggles. He could sense the power of its wings, the whisper of the wind as it flew, calling out to those in search of enlightenment. With each pen stroke, the monk became more entwined with the stories he told. The bestiary was not merely a book, but a vessel carrying the weight of human hopes, fears, and dreams. It was here, within the pages, that the boundaries of reality blurred, allowing the sacred and the real to coexist. The passion of the creatures breathed life into the parchment, illuminating the darkness around him. He felt an overwhelming connection to his ancestors, those who had walked these same halls, their hearts beating in sync with his own. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow through the small window, he thought of the future readers who would hold this book in their hands. Would they feel the same thrill, the same sense of wonder? Would they unravel the layers of meaning tucked within each tale? The monk's heart raced at the thought of kindred spirits finding solace and inspiration within these pages, just as he had. And as he prepared to turn the page, a flicker of movement caught his eye. A shadow danced just beyond the doorway, a reminder that the world outside the scriptorium was alive with its own stories, waiting to be told. He glanced up, feeling the thrill of the unknown. What other mysteries awaited him? What new creatures would emerge, echoing the ancient knowledge while weaving their own narratives into the fabric of time? The ink on his quill dripped, as if echoing the pulse of life itself, urging him onward into the next chapter of existence, where history and legend intertwined seamlessly, and the adventure was far from over. Legends drifted through the shadows of ancient cities, whispering tales of creatures that slithered just beyond the veil of understanding. These stories, etched in the minds of those who heard them, often sent shivers down the spine, igniting a fear that felt primal, a fear rooted in the unknown. In a world where the line between reality and myth blurred, the concept of forbidden creatures haunted people's thoughts, filling them with a combination of awe and dread. In Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates cradled civilization, tales of the Anzu, a creature with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, filled the air. The Anzu was not merely a monster. It represented the chaotic forces of nature and the balance of power in the universe. When it stole the Tablet of Destinies, it wasn't just a theft. It was a cataclysmic event that threatened the very fabric of existence. The priests, cloaked in their heavy robes, would stand at the altars chanting prayers to keep the beast at bay, their voices trembling with the weight of the world's fears. The Anzu's wings, said to cast shadows over entire cities, became a metaphor for the darkness lurking within every human heart. In the dense, fog-laden forests of ancient Celtic lands, tales of the Dullahan filled the night air. This headless horseman rode without fear, wielding a whip made of a human spine. To see the Dullahan was a sure sign of impending death. The sensation was palpable. Fear hung like a thick mist over the villages, where children were warned to stay indoors when the moon hung high. The villagers would peer cautiously through cracked doors, hearts racing at the sound of clattering hooves echoing through the silence. They believed the Dullahan was a messenger, a living reminder of the boundaries between life and death. The creature was a dark secret, a whisper of mortality that brought families to their knees, begging for protection from the inevitable. Meanwhile, across the Mediterranean, the Greeks spoke of the chimera, a monstrous blend of lion, goat, and serpent whose very existence challenged the laws of nature. It breathed fire, scorching the earth where it tread, leaving a path of destruction. The story of Bellerophon, the brave hero who rode the winged horse Pegasus to confront the beast, became a tale of courage intertwined with desperation. Each clash between man and creature echoed the struggles of humanity against insurmountable odds, leaving listeners breathless as they imagined the fiery breath of the chimera and the perilous heights of its lair. The chimera was not just a beast. It was a reflection of the chaos that lay within all civilizations, a reminder that forbidden things often lurked just out of sight, waiting for an opportunity to rise up. In the valleys of ancient Egypt, the enigmatic Sphinx stood as a guardian of secrets, its riddle enticing yet terrifying those who dared approach. With the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh, the Sphinx symbolized the duality of human nature, the strength of the beast paired with the intellect of man. Those who could not solve its riddle were said to face dire consequences, a fate entwined with the very essence of mortality. The air was thick with anticipation as travelers pondered what lay beyond the stone creature, their minds racing with fear and curiosity. The Sphinx became a living embodiment of the forbidden, a challenge that promised not just knowledge but also danger, should one fail to unlock its secrets. And then came the tales from the Far East, where the dragons of ancient China danced through the skies, both revered and feared. These magnificent creatures commanded respect, symbolizing power and prosperity, yet their wrath was a force to be reckoned with. The stories warned of storms summoned by the anger of a dragon, and the villages held their breath during the thunderous nights, knowing that the skies could unleash a torrent of destruction at any moment. The tension in the air was electric, as children listened wide-eyed around flickering fires, imagining the scales glistening in the moonlight, the roar of a dragon echoing through the mountains, a sound that could shake the foundations of the earth. In the depths of the jungles of Mesoamerica, the jaguar was more than just a big cat. It was a sacred creature steeped in the supernatural. The Maya believed that jaguars could traverse the realms of the living and the dead, embodying the very essence of power and ferocity. To see one was both a blessing and a curse, a sign of impending change or chaos. The shaman would chant and dance under the moon, summoning the spirit of the jaguar, striving to harness its strength while fearing its wrath. The tension in the air was palpable, a delicate balance between reverence and fear that held entire communities in thrall as they pondered the boundaries of life and death. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, these forbidden creatures lingered in the minds of those who dared to dream. Each story, filled with terror and wonder, drew people closer together, their hearts racing in sync. The hum of ancient fears resonated through the ages, a reminder that the unknown could manifest in forms both beautiful and terrifying. These creatures, born from the very fabric of the cultures they inhabited, transcended time, whispering secrets that begged to be uncovered, even as they induced shivers down the spines of those who listened. The air thickened with anticipation as people moved toward the fires, their eyes glistening with the glow of embers and the flicker of possibility. The stories of forbidden creatures were not just tales of monsters, but reflections of their deepest fears and desires. They hovered on the edge of reality, capturing the essence of human struggle, illuminating the darkness within. In every corner of the world, these legends intertwined, creating a tapestry of myths that transcended borders and time, a vivid reminder that the forbidden is often where the heart beats strongest, where the true nature of humanity reveals itself. The moon hung low over the water, its silvery light shimmering like a path to the underworld. The sea, vast and dark, whispered secrets of ancient times, beckoning those brave enough to listen. For centuries, the Leviathan loomed large in the minds of sailors and scholars alike, a creature of unimaginable size, a force of nature that struck terror into the hearts of those who dared to venture into its domain. Legends spoke of its twisted body coiling beneath the waves, a behemoth that could swallow ships whole and bring storms upon its wake. In the depths of ancient texts, like the Bible and the works of various mythologies, the Leviathan emerged as a symbol of chaos, a monstrous guardian of the ocean's hidden depths. The Hebrew scriptures painted a chilling portrait of this creature, describing it as a serpent, a dragon, perhaps even a gigantic whale. On that day, the Lord will punish with his sword, his fierce, great and powerful sword, the Leviathan, the gliding serpent, Leviathan, the coiling serpent. He will slay the monster of the sea. The words echoed with an eerie certainty, etching fear into the minds of those who read them. Historians speculate that these tales arose from genuine encounters with the unknown. Imagine a fisherman, weary and salt-crusted, casting his net into the abyss. The water churns violently, a monstrous shadow surging beneath the surface, and as he gazes into the darkness, he feels the primal chill of fear creep up his spine. The Leviathan was not just a monster, it was the embodiment of nature's fury, a reminder of humanity's fragility against the mighty ocean. The ancient Greeks had their own version of this sea terror, the kraken, a creature that snatched ships from the waves and dragged them into the depths. In the works of Homer, tales are woven that speak of gods and monsters, where men grapple with forces far beyond their understanding. As sailors recounted their harrowing sea voyages, their words echoed with a haunting truth. The ocean was a wild beast, unpredictable and fierce, much like the Leviathan itself. In Mesopotamian mythology, the chaos dragon Tiamat mirrored the Leviathan's essence, embodying the primordial chaos of the waters. In the epic of Enuma Elish, Tiamat battled the god Marduk, her body a swirling tempest. The imagery was vivid, her fierce eyes blazing with rage, her serpentine form twisting like a storm. This battle represented not just a clash of titans, but also the struggle of order against chaos, encapsulated perfectly by the Leviathan's terrifying presence. The stories drew even the most hardened warriors into a world of fear and awe. They would huddle together around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the flames as they exchanged tales of the Leviathan, seen as a guardian of the deep but also a harbinger of destruction. It was said that when the Leviathan rose, the sea itself would recoil and storms would rage until the skies wept. The very thought gripped their hearts, reminding them of the frail line between survival and doom. Ancient mariners crafted their vessels with prayer and sacrifice, hoping to appease the spirits of the ocean and, perhaps, the Leviathan itself. They fashioned small talismans, carved with symbols of protection, and offered them to the waves, believing they could ward off the creature's wrath. Each creak of the boat, each crash of the waves, ignited their imaginations. What if the Leviathan was lurking just beyond the horizon, watching, waiting for the moment to strike? In the far corners of the world, the stories transformed and morphed. In China, tales of giant dragons in the seas captured the imaginations of many. These dragons were revered, their presence seen as auspicious, yet they too shared the chaotic essence of the Leviathan, capable of unleashing storms with a flick of their tails. The duality of fear and reverence permeated every culture's narrative, creating a tapestry rich with interpretations of this monstrous entity. As the night deepened, the tales became darker, embroidering the Leviathan with an aura of dread. The monster was said to have a roar that could shake the very foundations of the earth, a sound so profound that it could silence the bravest of hearts. Sailors would grip their oars tightly, glancing nervously at the horizon. Was that a wave cresting higher than the rest? A sign of the beast approaching? Was the Leviathan watching them, its eyes glimmering in the moonlight, hungry and waiting for the moment of reckoning? Not even the most skilled navigators were spared from the haunting visions of the Leviathan. Shipwrecks were often attributed to its sinister might. Storms that arose without warning were attributed to its wrath. Unable to comprehend the natural forces at play, the ancient peoples turned to these myths, drawing strength from their stories even as they quaked in fear. With each generation, the tales of the Leviathan became more embroidered, thrilling and chilling those who heard them. The creature became a metaphor for human struggles, the fight against nature, the battle for survival, the quest for understanding in a world filled with the unknown. Each retelling sent shivers down spines, a mix of fear and fascination, a dance of shadows in the flickering firelight. And just as the night seemed to thicken with tension, a storm would approach, filling the air with the scent of salt and the promise of chaos. The winds howled, and the waves rose in defiance, as if the Leviathan itself was awakening from its slumber beneath the depths. The ancient texts hinted at this moment, a climax of dread waiting to unfold, a reminder that the Leviathan was always lurking just beyond the veil of understanding, ready to breach the surface and engulf all that dared to wander into its watery realm. As the tempest raged on, the stories of the Leviathan and its kin continued to weave through time, pulling at the strands of fear and wonder, binding souls together across the ages. The sea remained a mosaic of mystery, and well into the future, those brave enough to sail its treacherous waters would carry the whispers of the Leviathan, the mighty sea monster that lived in the hearts and minds of all who dared to dream of the uncharted depths. A thunderous roar echoed across the valley, shaking the very ground beneath the feet of the villagers. It was a sound that ignited both awe and terror. The skies darkened, and whispers of ancient tales filled the air as the mighty dragon soared overhead, its scales glistening like polished emeralds and its fiery breath casting shadows that danced like phantoms on the walls of their homes. This creature, both feared and revered, existed in the minds of many civilizations around the world, each weaving its own fabric of stories through the ages. In the distant mountains of Tibet, dragons were seen as protectors. Known as Naga, these serpentine beings were said to guard treasures hidden in the deep earth. Their presence was a blessing, a sign of good fortune and an omen of rain essential for crops. Monks would chant hymns in honor of the Naga, with hopes that the great creature would ensure the rivers flowed and life thrived. The villagers would leave offerings at the mountain's edge, fruits and flowers laid carefully as if to curry favor with the ancient spirit that slumbered beneath the stones. The fear of a wrathful Naga stirred deep within the hearts of those who lived near the mountains. The legends warned of drought and famine should the offering be inadequate. Tension hung in the air, a fragile balance between reverence and dread. Across the world, in the lush landscapes of Europe, dragons took a darker turn. In the shadows of medieval castles, they were painted as greedy beasts, hoarding gold and jewels, lurking in dark caves. The tales spun around cozy hearths told of brave knights setting off on perilous quests to slay these fire-breathing monsters and rescue damsels in distress. The legends of St. George and the dragon filled the hearts of many with courage and fear. A knight, clad in shining armor, charging into battle against a creature that could incinerate him in seconds. The thrill of impending danger danced like a flame in the minds of listeners. But what of the dragon's perspective? Was it merely a mindless beast or a misunderstood guardian of realms unseen? The questions hung in the air, heavy with the weight of centuries of storytelling. In the vibrant tapestry of Chinese culture, dragons wove a different narrative. Here, they were not symbols of destruction, but of power, wisdom, and good fortune. The dragon danced through the clouds, bringing rain and prosperity. Festivals celebrated their majesty, with parades of people dressed in colorful costumes, mimicking the sinuous movements of these legendary creatures. The dragon was revered as a god, a bringer of life, and the embodiment of strength. Its image was etched into the fabric of society, from the mighty Great Wall to the intricate designs of ancient pottery. The fear transformed into fascination, a respect so profound that it transcended generations. Yet, even within this admiration, a sense of unease lingered. Tales of the dragon's temper flared through the whispers of the wind. Legends spoke of mighty storms summoned by the creature's anger, leaving villages devastated in their wake. Those who dared to disrespect the dragon faced fierce consequences. A delicate balance existed. Honor the dragon and thrive. Disrespect it and face the fury of nature itself. In the lands of the Americas, the dragon took on an entirely unique form. The feathered serpent, known as Quetzalcoatl, ruled the skies, a guardian of wisdom and the wind. To the ancient Aztecs, this being was a creator and a destroyer, embodying the duality of existence. Rituals dedicated to Quetzalcoatl were filled with vibrant colors and sacred music, a celebration of life and death intertwined. But the myths also whispered of sacrifice, of a need to appease the gods. The tension rose as hearts raced and drums beat in rhythm with the anxieties of those who sought favor from the feathered one. The line between fear and wonder blurred, creating an intoxicating mix of respect and desperation. As the sun set over the vast deserts, the dragons of the Middle East slumbered in the sands, their stories buried like treasures waiting to be unearthed. These creatures, often depicted as serpents or fire-breathing beasts, reflected the fears and fascinations of the cultures they inhabited. The great dragon Tiamat was said to embody chaos, a primordial being whose very existence threatened to unravel the fabric of creation itself. In the stories of Babylon, she was a fearsome force, yet also a critical player in the story of existence. Here, fear was laced with reverence, a deep understanding that chaos and order dance together in an eternal embrace. Each culture painted dragons with a different brush, each stroke carrying the weight of history, emotion, and belief. In India, for instance, the dragon-like Naga were revered as divine beings, protectors of springs and rivers, while also linked to the cycle of life and rebirth. They were both feared for their power and adored for their grace, standing as a reminder of the delicate balance in nature. The echoes of their legends resonated through the ages, hinting at the complexities of fear and fascination intertwined. As night enveloped the world, tales of dragons continued to swirl through the air, whispering secrets and stirring emotions. The shadows flickered and the warmth of ancient fires drew communities together, each listening intently as the stories unfolded before them. The tension thickened, a promise that the saga of dragons was far from over. Each tale held a piece of the human experience, the fear of the unknown, the fascination with power, and the eternal quest for understanding in a world where the line between reality and myth blurred with every heartbeat. And as the stories flowed, they became a part of the very fabric of humanity, a reminder that dragons, in all their fierce glory, would always rise from the depths of our imaginations. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient stone walls of the castle. The air was thick with anticipation, a ghostly whisper threading through the twilight. It was in this moment that the griffin emerged, a creature born of legend and magnificence, a blend of lion and eagle that commanded respect and awed the hearts of many. This was not just a figure of myth. It held the weight of power and the promise of protection. In times of old, the griffin was more than a symbol. It was a guardian of the heavens and the earth. Its golden wings spread wide, catching the last rays of the sun, radiating a light that spoke of strength. Kings and queens adorned their crowns with its likeness, believing that the griffin would bless their reign with prosperity and safeguard their lands. The very sight of it could send shivers down the spine, a blend of majesty and ferocity, embodying the duality of power. Across the dusty pages of history, the griffin graced the crests of noble families, echoing through battlefields and royal ceremonies. In ancient Persia, it was revered as a creature that could soar above the clouds, watching over the realm from its lofty perch. Warriors carried talismans etched with its image, believing that in battle the griffin would lend them its courage, its fierce heart pounding alongside theirs. The clash of swords was often accompanied by whispers of its name, invoking its spirit for bravery and protection. Meanwhile, in the ancient world of Greece, the griffin was celebrated in tales of old. Legends spoke of its fierce loyalty and unmatched strength, guarding treasures that men would kill for. In the myth of Jason and the Argonauts, it was said that the griffin's keen eyes could see the glimmer of gold from miles away. It had the power to protect the innocent and punish the wicked, a sentinel of justice soaring through the skies. Those who encountered its image felt a surge of hope and resolve. It was a reminder that even in the darkest times, there existed a force of pure protection. As the clock of history ticked forward, the griffin's influence spread like wildfire. In medieval Europe, the creature adorned the banners of knights, who believed that the griffin's watchful gaze would ensure glory in battle. The sound of hooves thundered across muddy fields, the clash of metal ringing out like a heartbeat. In these moments, soldiers fought not just for land or power, but for the very essence of what the griffin represented, a fierce protector of honor and courage. With each charge, they felt the spirit of the griffin urging them on, a powerful force coursing through their veins. But whispers of the griffin were not limited to battlefields and royal courts. In the quiet corners of the world, it was said that to catch a glimpse of the griffin was to witness a miracle. Farmers, toiling under the sun, would tell stories of how a griffin had descended upon their fields, blessing the crops with abundance. Children, with wide-eyed wonder, listened to tales spun by their elders, their imaginations ignited by the thought of such a powerful guardian watching over them. The world was steeped in reverence for this majestic creature, binding communities together in a shared belief that they were never truly alone. Yet, as time marched on, the griffin's presence began to fade into mere folklore. The castles that once resonated with its roars fell silent, their stones weathered by years of neglect. The colorful banners that danced in the wind lost their vibrancy, replaced by the heavy shroud of time. But even as the world changed, the essence of the griffin remained. Its spirit lingered in the hearts of those who still believed, manifesting in dreams of bravery and stories of protection shared around flickering fires. In the stillness of a snowy evening, the air crackling with frost, an old woman sat by the hearth, her gnarled hands weaving tales of the griffin. With every word, her voice became a soothing balm, wrapping around the listeners like a warm embrace. She spoke of the griffin's watchful eyes, the power of its wings, the strength that flowed through its golden feathers. Emotions swirled in the room, a tapestry of hope, fear, and a longing for protection that transcended generations. Outside, the world lay silent beneath a blanket of snow, but within the walls, the stories breathed life into the air. Laughter broke through the solemnity as young children imagined themselves riding on the back of the griffin, soaring across the night sky, feeling the rush of wind against their cheeks. The thought of adventure ignited a fire in their hearts, uniting them in a collective dream, a vision of courage and strength that would carry them through the darkest nights. As the fire crackled, a sense of urgency filled the air. The griffin, after all these years, seemed to beckon, its essence weaving a thread through time and space. The old woman's tales were more than just stories. They were a call to remember, a reminder that power and protection were not just relics of the past, but a living presence. The listeners leaned closer, their eyes wide with wonder, as she spun the tale of a new hero, someone destined to rekindle the griffin's spirit in a world that desperately needed it. In that moment, the past and present intertwined, and the griffin's legacy surged anew. The heart of the castle beat once more, echoing with the promise of adventure and the fierce protection that only the griffin could offer. There was a shift in the air, a crackling excitement. The shadows of history seemed to awaken, and the listeners were no longer mere spectators but participants in a renewed journey. A journey where the spirit of the griffin could find a new champion, a new protector. The fire blazed on, illuminating their faces with a warm glow, and the night stretched on, rich with anticipation as the stories continued to unfold, leading them deeper into an unforgettable legacy. The night hung heavy with secrets, the air thick with the scent of ash and smoke as the flickering flames danced like whispers of long-forgotten souls. Beneath the glow of an ancient orange sky, a figure stood silhouetted against the chaos, a man whose name had slipped through the cracks of time, but whose story still burned bright. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, where shadows blended into the glow of rebirth. This was no ordinary night. It was a moment steeped in the promise of resurrection and the weight of forbidden knowledge. In ancient Egypt, the legend of the phoenix was birthed from the ashes of despair. Those who had witnessed the majestic creature felt their hearts race as it emerged, ablaze with color and life, from a pile of cinders. But few understood the deeper truth. The phoenix was not simply a bird of fire, it was a symbol of transformation, of the soul's relentless pursuit to rise from its own destruction. Each cycle of death and rebirth whispered of wisdom lost and wisdom gained. The very act of rising was not just a miracle. It was a calling that echoed through the ages, a reminder that knowledge often lay hidden behind layers of pain and sacrifice. In the dusty corners of history, scholars often spoke in hushed tones about the Library of Alexandria. What once stood as a beacon of knowledge was now reduced to myth, but its remnants held tales that could ignite minds and hearts alike. It was said that among the scrolls lay the secrets of the universe, the alchemical recipes for gold, lost texts that could heal the sick, and philosophies that could change how one understood existence itself. Yet there were always those who feared the weight of such knowledge. They believed that to possess it could lead to overwhelming power, and the chaos that followed would shatter the very foundation of civilization. As the flames crackled, the man's thoughts drifted to his ancestors, brave souls who dared to seek the truth despite the consequences. They understood that the pursuit of knowledge was fraught with danger, and yet this danger was what made them feel alive. Their stories surged through his veins, carrying the weight of their dreams and their failures. With every heartbeat, he felt a pulse, a reminder of the fragile line between enlightenment and devastation. His heart raced as he recalled a tale of a scholar who, in the throes of desperation, sought the forbidden texts hidden deep within the catacombs of Alexandria. This scholar, driven by the promise of limitless power, had stumbled upon a scroll that spoke of immortality. But as he read, visions of horror danced before him, cities crumbling, families torn apart, the weight of knowledge becoming a curse rather than a gift. In the end, he was consumed by the very flames he sought to control. The man shuddered as he recognized the thin veneer that separated brilliance from madness, and how easily one could slip from one to the other. The stillness was shattered by the distant sound of drums, a rhythmic pulse that called to him. It was both a warning and an invitation, a reminder that every choice rippled through time. Could he resist the allure of the secrets that beckoned? The phoenix thrummed in his chest, a living embodiment of the struggle between light and dark. Would he heed the call of those who had come before him, risking everything for a glimpse of truth? As he moved closer to the fire, the glowing embers illuminated the faces of those around him. Each was cloaked in shadows, yet their eyes sparkled with an intensity that spoke of shared dreams and fears. They were fellow seekers, drawn together by the invisible thread of destiny, yet each held their own motivations. Some sought knowledge for enlightenment, others craved it for power. The energy among them crackled like electricity, vibrant and dangerous. "Do you think we can endure what we will learn?" a voice whispered, breaking through the tension. The question hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. The man felt a chill run down his spine. What if the knowledge they sought was more than they could bear? What if it changed them in ways they could not foresee? The phoenix roared within him, urging him onward, but the flickering shadows reminded him of the fine line between courage and folly. As they gathered closer, they shared stories of past failures, of great minds that had fallen into obscurity, lost forever in the pursuit of knowledge that was never meant to be uncovered. The faces around him morphed into the figures of history, great thinkers, dreamers, and visionaries who had touched the edge of the divine only to retreat, terrified by the truth they found. Time seemed to stretch as the fire crackled, illuminating the tension in the air and setting their hearts racing. It was a moment suspended between fear and hope, between the known and the unknown. The man's breath quickened as the weight of the decision pressed upon him. Would he turn back to the safety of ignorance, or would he embrace the fire of transformation, even if it meant facing the darkness within? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the gathering, scattering the ashes and sending shivers down their spines. In that instant, the flames seemed to leap higher, reaching for the stars as if the universe itself was alive, waiting for them to make their choice. The man felt his resolve harden. The phoenix was not merely a myth, it was a reflection of his own spirit, a testament to the relentless pursuit of truth, no matter the cost. With every flicker of flame, he felt the energy of centuries past fueling his determination. He would not shy away from this path, for the very act of facing the unknown would ignite his soul and breathe life into the ashes of the past. As the fire roared and the shadows danced, the air crackled with unspoken promises and the weight of uncharted paths. The journey was just beginning, and with it came the understanding that some knowledge was worth the risk, if only to feel the rush of rebirth coursing through their veins. In that moment, the man understood that the phoenix had risen within him, a flame that refused to be extinguished, a fire that would guide him through the darkness ahead. The night sky shifted, hinting at mysteries yet to unfold, and he knew this was only the beginning of a much larger story. The winds of change whispered softly in his ear, urging him onward into the embrace of the unknown. The moon hung high in the velvet sky, casting a silvery glow over the ancient forest. Shadows danced among the trees, whispering age-old secrets. In this enchanting beauty, a sense of wonder lingered, as if the air itself was tinged with magic. There, among the ferns and moss, the legend of the unicorn breathed, a creature so elusive that its very existence felt like a dream. The heart raced at the thought. How could such purity and grace exist in a world often marred by darkness? The unicorn, with its spiraled horn and glistening coat, was more than just a mythical beast. It represented an ideal, a beacon of hope in tumultuous times. Historical texts from centuries past spoke of unicorns with such fervor that it left the imagination ablaze. The ancient Greeks wrote of them, describing the single-horned horse-like creature in their writings, leaving behind traces of awe and reverence. To them, unicorns were symbols of purity and untamed beauty, elusive and unreachable. In medieval times, the tales grew richer, painting a portrait of a creature that could only be tamed by a virgin. This notion stirred a complex relationship with femininity and purity, as women became intertwined with the mystique of the unicorn. The stories told of knights venturing into perilous journeys, seeking the elusive beast that could heal the sick, purify waters, and bring peace to kingdoms. Each tale thickened the air with anticipation, weaving together hope and despair, desire and the unattainable. As the sun set, casting hues of orange and pink over the horizon, a remarkable incident unfolded in the heart of Europe during the Renaissance. A noblewoman, revered for her beauty and grace, became the subject of an obsession, a hunt for the unicorn that was said to roam the nearby woods. The villagers spoke of her, weaving tales that her purity could summon the creature. In dimly lit taverns, hushed voices whispered of the sacrifices made in the name of the hunt. Each night, the noblewoman would stand by her window, gazing into the darkened woods, her heart pounding with both excitement and trepidation. Was the unicorn merely a ghost of a fantasy, or could it truly exist? In the distant lands of Asia, accounts of unicorns took a different shape. The qilin, a creature of auspicious omen, embodied the same purity and elusiveness associated with its Western counterpart. They were often depicted as gentle beings, heralding the arrival of sages or great leaders. The stories painted vivid images of a world where these creatures roamed freely, granting prosperity to those deemed worthy. The qilin, like the unicorn, became a symbol of hope, ushering in a longing for a time when humanity could embrace kindness and harmony. Yet with every tale of the unicorn's beauty came the shadows of reality. The hunt for these creatures often brought about chaos and destruction. As the desire to capture the unicorn grew, so did the greed and desperation of those who sought it. The forest that once thrived in its magical presence began to bear the scars of human ambition. The unicorn, once a symbol of hope, transformed into a ghost of what could have been, a victim of its own allure. In one particularly haunting tale from the medieval era, a brave knight ventured deep into the forest, armed with a spear and a heart full of dreams. He believed with all his being that he could catch a unicorn, believing that the mere act of possession would grant him unimaginable power. The night was thick with tension as he chased shadows, adrenaline driving him forward. But as dawn broke, illuminating the forest with its golden rays, he stumbled upon an empty glade, the air heavy with unfulfilled wishes. There, he found only remnants of the enchantment that had once thrived, a reminder that purity is often more powerful when left untouched. As centuries rolled on, the symbol of the unicorn bore witness to the changing tides of society. Artists captured the essence of the creature in breathtaking paintings, imbuing it with emotions that resonated across generations. Tapestries adorned with unicorns became prized possessions, signifying not only wealth but a longing for something pure in a world fraught with struggle. Each brushstroke, each woven thread, told a story not just of the unicorn but of humanity's eternal quest for meaning and connection. In the corners of castles and cathedrals, the unicorn remained, its story alive in the hearts of those who believed. The myths transformed, reflecting the desires and fears of the time. The idea of the unicorn became intertwined with the search for identity, what it meant to be pure, virtuous, and unattainable. Each interpretation sparked a flame of hope while simultaneously casting a shadow of despair. The creature that symbolized purity also became a reminder of the struggles faced by those longing to connect with something greater than themselves. And so, as the tales continued to flow through the ages, they left a trail of emotions: joy, longing, and sorrow. The world around the unicorn shimmered with the weight of history, each whisper of its name echoing through time. The very essence of the unicorn, with its purity and elusiveness, lingered in the air, a potent reminder of the beauty and fragility of dreams. Would it ever be captured? Would it ever be found? The questions drifted, unanswered, weaving through the fabric of time, leaving behind a palpable tension that bound together the hearts of those who dared to believe. As the night deepened, the forest held its breath, cradling the legends of the unicorn close. The stories would weave on, drawing in more seekers and dreamers, until the lines between reality and myth blurred into one enchanting tapestry of hope and wonder. Ready to pull the next generation into its spell. In the flickering torchlight of ancient caves, shadows danced like restless spirits, whispering secrets of forgotten epochs. Here, in the depths of time, the chimera was born. Not merely a creature of myth, but a vivid tapestry woven from the threads of human fear and fascination. Its horrifying visage, a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail, haunted the nightmares of those who dared to imagine it. What drove humanity to create such a being? Was it the yearning for power, the struggle against nature's limits, or perhaps an echo of their own hidden desires? The stories of hybrid creatures fluttered through the ages, from ancient Mesopotamia's Lamassu to the griffins of Greek lore. Each tale spoke of the forbidden, the blending of traits that nature had deemed incompatible. It was in this chaos of creation that the chimera emerged as a symbol, a dark mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears and wildest dreams. The Greeks, with their vivid imaginations, feared the chimera because it defied the order of the natural world. They saw it as a monstrous warning, a blend of traits that shouldn't exist, a vivid reminder of the hubris of man. Each generation thought they could tame nature or twist it to their will, but the chimera laughed back, reminding them that some boundaries were never meant to be crossed. Through the ages, the concept of the chimera echoed in tales of forbidden love and the fusion of disparate worlds. The legendary figure of Bellerophon, a hero who dared to ride the winged horse Pegasus, found himself face to face with this grotesque beast. The battle was not just physical, it represented a clash of ideals. Bellerophon, fueled by ambition, sought to conquer the chimera, to prove that humanity could master the wild forces of nature. Yet, with every strike he felt the weight of his arrogance. The chimera, with its fiery breath and fierce disposition, embodied the chaos that loomed over mankind's reckless pursuit of dominance. As the sun set over the ancient hills, whispers of the chimera spread throughout the lands. Stories told of a creature that roamed the valleys, blending the traits of predator and prey in a grotesque dance of survival. Farmers spoke in hushed tones about livestock disappearing without a trace, their minds conjuring images of a beast that was neither lion nor goat, yet both at once. The villagers felt a shiver run down their spines as they recounted tales of shadows stalking in the night, the unknown mingling with the familiar. In a quiet nook of the world, an artist struggled with visions of the chimera. Her paintbrush danced across the canvas, capturing the tumult of emotion that swirled within her. Each stroke sent her heart racing, a mixture of fear and exhilaration. She poured her dreams and nightmares into her work, blending the traits of beauty and terror, creating a piece that pulsed with life. Her creation was not merely an image, it was an agonizing reflection of the forbidden desires stirring within her soul. As the artist painted, she recalled the ancient belief that the chimera was born from a union of elements that nature had tried to separate. In her mind, the creature was a manifestation of the struggles faced by those who dared to defy societal norms, lovers from rival clans, rebels against oppressive regimes, outcasts seeking acceptance. It was in this space of blending that she found her own identity, torn between the worlds she inhabited. Her hands trembled, not with fear, but with the weight of possibility. What if she could embrace both sides of herself, just as the chimera had embraced the forbidden? Outside her window, lightning carved through the dark sky, illuminating the night with a blinding flash. It was as if the heavens themselves were responding to her creative fervor, urging her to unleash the beast within. With a fierce resolve, she dipped her brush into vibrant colors, channeling the chaos of the chimera into a breathtaking creation. The emotions surged within her, pushing against the confines of her heart. In that moment, she felt untamed, liberated from the chains of expectation. But the world outside was not so forgiving. Rumors of strange occurrences spread like wildfire. The mixing of traits was not merely a figment of imagination in her studio. It manifested in towns where humans began to exhibit unusual abilities, traits that seemed to blend the ordinary with the extraordinary. Some could run faster than the wind, while others spoke in tongues, as if gifted by forgotten gods. The people became fearful, viewing these hybrids as threats to their very existence. They gathered in the town square, voices rising in anger, calling for the eradication of the unnatural. The artist's heart raced at the thought of her creation. Could it be that the chimera was not just a creature of myth, but a harbinger of change? She felt the pulse of history in her veins, a reminder that humanity often feared what it did not understand. As the crowd grew restless, she could sense the storm brewing, not just in the sky, but within the hearts of the people. The boundary between acceptance and rejection was paper-thin, and the mingling of traits sparked a fire that threatened to consume them all. With a fierce determination, she stepped into the chaos, her artwork clutched tightly against her chest. The voices clashed like thunder, but in her heart she knew that the chimera was not a symbol of destruction. It was a beacon of possibility. "Look," she cried, holding up her painting. "This is us. This is our truth. We are all made of different parts, each one beautiful and unique." The crowd fell silent, eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. In that moment, the blending of forbidden traits became a conversation, a bridge between worlds. The artist's heart raced as she recognized the power of embracing the chimera within, a call to unite rather than divide, to celebrate the hybrid nature of humanity. But lurking in the shadows was a darker force, one that thrived on fear and division. As she spoke, a figure emerged from the crowd, a man whose eyes glinted with a cold, calculating ambition. He had his own vision for the future, one that sought to eradicate the very essence of the chimera. With a voice like a serpent's hiss, he challenged her, sowing seeds of doubt among the people. The tension crackled in the air, a storm brewing not just in the sky, but in the hearts of those gathered. And as the night deepened, the echoes of their clash reverberated through the ages, a reminder that the chimera, with all its forbidden traits, would always loom on the horizon. A warning and a promise, a blend of chaos and beauty, forever entwined. The sun hung low in a crimson sky, dark clouds swirling like smoke from an unseen fire. It was in these moments that legends were born, whispers of titans echoing through the ages. Among these mighty beings, two figures stood colossal in the minds of ancient peoples, Behemoth and Ziz. Their names seeped into the very fabric of folklore, as grand as the mountains and as deep as the oceans they were said to inhabit. But who were these titans, and what role did they play in the cosmic play of creation? Behemoth stirred in the shadows of primordial marshlands, a creature so immense that the earth trembled beneath its weight. Its body was a tapestry of muscle and hide, with eyes as bright as the sun's glare reflecting off still waters. Eons ago, when the world was young, Behemoth roamed the wilds, a symbol of nature's raw, untamed power. The stories told of its insatiable appetite and the ground-shaking thuds of its massive feet, sending ripples of fear and awe through those who dared to wander too close. On nights when the sky was blanketed with stars, the elders would gather by flickering fires, their voices low and trembling. They spoke of Behemoth's colossal form surfacing from the depths of the earth, emerging to feast upon the lush vegetation of a world still finding its way. "It is said," an elder would whisper, "that when Behemoth finally rises to its full glory, it will usher in the end of days." The listeners would lean in, their hearts racing, drawn closer by both fear and fascination. The fire's glow illuminated their wide eyes, and for a moment, the boundaries of their small lives faded in the presence of such an immense legend. Yet, in the same breath, they spoke of Ziz, the great bird that soared high above the clouds, its wings casting shadows over the earth like a dark omen. With feathers like the night sky and eyes that saw the end of time, Ziz was a guardian of the heavens, a creature too magnificent to be confined by the limits of mere existence. Its cries echoed across valleys, a call to the lost and the wandering. The ancients believed that when Ziz flapped its wings, storms would gather, and the very air would pulse with energy, crackling like a million tiny sparks ready to explode. The tales of Ziz wove intricate patterns through the tapestry of life. Farmers watched as the skies darkened in anticipation of the mighty bird's flight, hoping for rain to nourish their crops. Children looked to the heavens, imagining the great creature soaring above them, a symbol of their dreams taking flight. When Ziz spreads its wings wide, the elders would say, the world must prepare for change. There was an electric thrill in those words, a sense of impending transformation that sent shivers down their spines. And it was in this charged atmosphere that the fates of Behemoth and Ziz became intertwined, a dance of chaos and creation that would echo through the ages. Legends hinted at a day when these titans would clash, their might colliding in a spectacle that would shake the very foundations of the universe. Imagine the earth trembling beneath the weight of Behemoth while Ziz soared above, the skies darkening with the pounding of colossal wings. The very thought sent a wave of goosebumps through the hearts of those who listened. The night air was thick with anticipation as the stories unfolded, pulsating with the promise of conflict. Night after night, the elders would tell of the impending battle, a cosmic event that could lead to the rebirth of life or the end of all things. Behemoth will rise from the depths, they warned, and Ziz will fly from the clouds to meet it, and when they do, the world will bear witness to their fury. Each listener felt a chill, their imaginations igniting with visions of titanic power, an overwhelming sense of wonder mixed with dread. And just as quickly as those thoughts took flight, a sudden stillness would envelop the gathering. Only the crackling fire broke the silence, mirroring the tension that hung in the air. What if that day were to come? What would humanity do when faced with such raw power? The very idea sent shivers down their spines, propelling them to the edge of their seats, desperate for answers. As the stories continued, a prophecy began to weave its way through the minds of those who dared to listen. It spoke of an ancient day when Behemoth would rise from the earth and Ziz would descend from the heavens, their destinies entwined in a battle that would shake the cosmos to its very core. Would they fight, or would they unite? The question lingered in the air, heavy with uncertainty and rife with emotion. The answers were elusive, hiding just beyond reach like mirages in a vast desert. Even as the fires dimmed and the stories faded into whispers, the legends remained alive in the hearts of the people. Behemoth, with its earth-shaking power, and Ziz, with its soaring grace, became symbols of the struggle between chaos and order, the same forces that danced within each of them. They reflected the hopes and fears of an entire generation, a reminder that even the largest of creatures could be brought low, and the highest of birds could fall from the sky. As the night deepened, the stars sparkled like distant dreams, and the world seemed to hold its breath. The stories of Behemoth and Ziz lingered in the air, heavy with meaning and alive with possibility. In every heart, the question remained: what would happen when these titans finally met? What would it mean for humanity when the clash of giants came to pass? And how would the echoes of their struggle reverberate through time? And so the tales continued, weaving through history like the currents of a river, each retelling adding depth and complexity to the legends. Just as the moon waxed and waned, so too would the stories of Behemoth and Ziz, their legacy intertwining with the fabric of existence. The truth remained elusive, hidden within the folds of time, yet the hope for understanding pulsed in the air, waiting for the moment when all would be revealed. In the flickering candlelight of a medieval monastery, Brother Thomas turned the pages of a large, leather-bound book filled with vibrant illustrations of creatures both real and fantastical. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and beeswax, a sanctuary of knowledge that seemed to pulse with life. Each turn of the page revealed a new marvel: monstrous griffins soaring across the sky, gentle unicorns that embodied purity, and fearsome dragons that guarded treasures beyond imagination. These weren't just stories. They were lessons, wrapped in the cloak of the natural world, meant to teach the faithful about good, evil, morality, and the divine. As he traced the intricate lines of a lion, Brother Thomas felt a shiver run down his spine. The lion, depicted in all its glory, represented Christ himself, majestic, powerful, and unyielding. In that moment, Thomas realized that these animals were not mere illustrations. They were messengers, weaving a thread between the heavens and the earth. The bestiary was a living tapestry, where each creature held a lesson, a warning, or a promise. It was a compilation of beliefs that shaped the minds and souls of those who dared to read. In a time when literacy was a luxury, bestiaries served as both an educational tool and a sacred text. Monks like Thomas would painstakingly copy them by hand, their quills scratching out not just words but an intricate web of faith and understanding. The creatures sprang to life not just through art, but through the stories connected to them. The humble hare, swift and clever, was a symbol of humility, teaching the faithful to be quick-witted in their pursuit of virtue. Meanwhile, the dragon, feared and formidable, represented sin and temptation, reminding the reader of the ever-present struggle against darkness. The scenes flickered in the candlelight, casting shadows that danced across the stone walls. Outside, the world was cold and harsh, filled with uncertainties. But inside, the bestiary's pages brought warmth and light, igniting the imagination. It was through these illustrations that the most profound theological truths were conveyed. Each creature's nature reflected aspects of God and His creation, a divine puzzle waiting to be solved by the dedicated believer. As the night wore on, Brother Thomas became lost in thoughts of sin and redemption. The bestiary told stories of creatures that embodied both the frailty and strength of humanity. The phoenix, rising from its ashes, was a symbol of resurrection, offering hope to the downtrodden. The wise owl, perched in silence, represented knowledge and the quest for truth, a reminder that faith and reason could coexist harmoniously, even when the world around them seemed to collapse. In another corner of the monastery, Sister Agnes sat by the fire, weaving her own thoughts into the fabric of the night. She had grown up listening to the tales of the bestiary, and they had shaped her understanding of the universe. The stories were not merely for entertainment. They were alive with lessons that resonated deeply within her. The dragon's fury mirrored the inner demons she wrestled with daily, while the steadfast turtle spoke to her desire for patience in a world that demanded haste. As she listened to the wind howling outside, the imagery of the bestiary pulled at her heartstrings. It was the very essence of comfort. but there was an unsettling truth lurking beneath its pages. The creatures represented not just the beauty of creation, but also the chaos that lay in the hearts of men. The lion could just as easily symbolize the ruthless conqueror as it did the savior. One evening, while the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the landscape, Sister Agnes ventured to the library. She stumbled upon a hidden manuscript, a bestiary long forgotten, containing creatures that had been shunned and vilified. The sinister specter of the basilisk, capable of turning the living to stone. The nightmarish chimera, a blend of terror and beauty. And the harpy, a creature of both grace and menace, tattered at the edges of the parchment. Each of these beasts whispered secrets of the human soul, echoing the true nature of fear, envy, and wrath. The flickering shadows seemed to come alive as she read, wrapping her in an atmosphere thick with tension and unspoken truths. All at once, she realized this was not merely a collection of animals. It was a mirror reflecting the dark recesses of humanity. These creatures, once hidden in the margins of faith, offered a more complex understanding of God's creation. Could it be that even the most fearsome of beasts had a role in the divine plan? In the dim light, Agnes felt a chill run through her, as if the very air around her grew heavier. It was here, in this forgotten tome, that the bestiary transformed from simple illustrations to powerful symbols of the eternal struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. The creatures were entangled in a dance of fate, where every blessing came with a shadow, a reminder that faith is not merely about the light, but also acknowledges the darkness that surrounds it. Outside, the wind howled with increasing ferocity, the sound penetrating the walls of the monastery. It was a storm that rumbled with fury, a reflection of the tumult within. Yet, amid the chaos, a sense of peace began to settle in Agnes's heart. She understood that the bestiary was a tool of understanding, bridging the gap between the sacred and the profane. Each creature, like each individual soul, had its place in the grand tapestry of existence. As thoughts raced through her mind, she knew the bestiary would never cease to hold its power. Each page turned, each creature examined, became a portal into the depths of the human experience, revealing truths that transcended time and space. The line between the divine and the earthly blurred in a breathtaking display of creation that spoke to the heart of humanity itself. With a renewed sense of purpose, Sister Agnes clutched the manuscript to her chest, the weight of its knowledge grounding her even as the storm raged outside. She could feel the connection pulsing through her, a thread that linked her to the ancients who had penned these timeless truths. The bestiary was a living entity, a testament to the battles fought in the name of faith and the victories yet to come. And as the storm howled and the shadows danced, the pages of the bestiary whispered secrets that had yet to be told, a call that beckoned her forward, towards deeper discoveries waiting just beyond the horizon. The haunting sound of a melodic voice sliced through the stillness of the sea, wrapping around the sailors like a delicate yet deceptive embrace. Each note was a twist of silk, smooth yet edged with danger. The sirens sat upon jagged rocks, their beauty radiant and otherworldly, hair flowing like shimmering water, eyes glowing with the promise of secrets. They beckoned, innocent yet sinister, waiting for the moment of folly when men would surrender to their enchanting song, steering their ships toward the treacherous shore. In the lore of ancient Greece, these creatures were not just women. They embodied contradictions, life and death, allure and destruction. Their songs could soothe the stormiest heart, yet those who succumbed to their melody met a fate as cruel as the waves crashing against the rocks. Sailors would follow the sound, entranced, until their ships splintered upon the very cliffs that welcomed them. The sea, a vast symbol of mystery, became a stage for the ultimate showdown between temptation and consequence. The sirens were not mere monsters. They were reflections of the desires and fears festering within human souls. But in the shadows of those cliffs lurked another breed of fearsome femininity. The Furies, born of vengeance and wrath, roamed the earth with a fury that could ignite the most dormant souls. Their hair, woven with serpents, twisted in the winds of their fury, and their eyes burned with the embers of justice denied. Unlike the alluring sirens, the Furies were relentless, pursuing wrongdoers with an unyielding zeal. They were ancient spirits of retribution, guardians of moral order, and their cries echoed through the night like a chilling wind that whips through darkened forests. The Furies, or Erinyes, emerged from the blood spilled upon the earth, a fierce testament to the idea that unchecked violence would not go unpunished. Imagine a world where every crime, every betrayal, summoned these vengeful specters. Their presence was felt in every corner of the Greek world, from the bustling streets of Athens to the sacred groves of Delphi. They were the shadowy figures lurking at the edges of society, their whispers infiltrating the hearts of men and women alike, reminding them that justice was a relentless wave that could not be ignored. Sirens and Furies were not merely characters in tales. They were the very essence of humanity's struggle against itself. The sirens represented the temptations that lead to ruin, while the Furies embodied the consequences of our choices. The ancient Greeks understood that these figures lived in a delicate balance, each one reflecting the other, much like the contrasting forces of light and dark. At dusk, fishermen would gather by the shore, their nets heavy with the day's catch, yet their hearts were heavy with the weight of stories passed down through generations. They spoke of sailors lost, of dreams drowned beneath the waves, and of the relentless pursuit of justice by the Furies. As night fell, the moon cast a silver gaze upon the restless sea, stirring the spirits of both the sirens and the Furies. The villagers would warn their children to steer clear of the water's edge, lest they be lured by the haunting melody or caught in the storm of vengeance. But what of the women who lived within these stories? Women who held the power of creation and destruction in their hands? The sirens, often portrayed as beautiful maidens, hinted at the untamed nature of femininity. They beckoned with a promise of love, but delivered despair. Women in ancient times were seen as both muses and monsters, their identity intertwined with the myths that surrounded them. While the sirens lured men with their ethereal beauty, the Furies warned of the dangers of unbridled passion and the chaos that could ensue from unchecked desires. As time passed, these creatures began to evolve in the minds of those who told their tales. The sirens, once mere harbingers of disaster, transformed into figures of empowerment. They were no longer just temptresses. They became symbols of the strength women could wield when scorned. The Furies, in turn, became icons of justice, representing the women who had been wronged and the fierce spirit that rose up against oppression. In both narratives, the voices of women grew louder, resonating through the ages with a raw, unyielding power. The echoes of their songs and the whispers of their fury did not fade with time. They lingered in the minds of poets, artists, and thinkers who sought to understand the complexities of the human experience. The sirens' melodic voices found their way into the verses of Homer, while the Furies carved their path through the tragic tales of Aeschylus. Every line written about these creatures added depth to their story, weaving a rich tapestry of emotions that spanned centuries. As the sun began to rise, casting a golden hue over the tranquil waters, the villagers would share tales of both the sirens and the Furies around flickering fires. These stories served as warnings, as well as a celebration of the dual nature of femininity. In their hearts, they knew deep down that every person bore a siren and a fury within. The struggle between desire and retribution raged not only on the shores of their land but also in their very souls. The tensions mounted as the embers of the fire crackled, igniting a fervor in the hearts of the listeners. Who would win in this eternal struggle? Would it be the sirens, who promised adventure, love, and eternal bliss, or the Furies, who demanded justice and held court over the souls of the guilty? As the stories unfolded, the haunting melodies and the chilling cries entwined, creating a symphony of emotion that echoed in the hearts of all who listened. With each passing moment, the lines between the two became increasingly blurred, inviting the villagers to reflect on their own lives. The songs of the sirens carried a bittersweet note of longing, while the furies roared with the ferocity of a storm. Love, betrayal, vengeance, all became intertwined in an intricate dance, ensnaring the minds of those who dared to ponder the depths of their own desires and reckoning. As night fell once more, the sea shimmered under the moonlight, a mirror of the conflict that raged within every heart. The whispers of the sirens and the cries of the furies continued to weave through the darkness, reminding all who listened that the battle between these gendered creatures was far from over. The stories would unfold, and the echoes of their existence would ripple through time, ever present, ever haunting, begging to be told. In a dimly lit scriptorium, a monk carefully unrolls a parchment, his breath hitching at the sight before him. The illustrations dance on the page. Vivid and alive, each creature a splash of color and imagination. A unicorn, pure and ethereal, stands gracefully beside a fearsome griffin, its golden wings shimmering as if caught in sunlight. The monk's fingers tremble with awe. These aren't just beasts but vessels of meaning, messengers of morality, and reflections of faith, waiting to spring forth into the art that will fill cathedrals and manuscripts for centuries to come. As the flickering candlelight illuminates the scrolls, whispers of wonder echo around him. Bestiaries, those enchanted compendiums of both real and mythical animals, breathe life into the very fabric of medieval art. They are more than mere illustrations. They are a bridge between the earthly and the divine. Each animal carries its own story, a tapestry of wisdom interwoven with morality, magic, and mystery. A lion, fierce yet noble, represents Christ, while the humble mouse symbolizes sin. To the medieval eye, these creatures were not just figments of imagination, but essential players in a grand divine narrative. Every stroke of the artist's brush or chisel of the sculptor's tool intended to capture the viewer's soul, pulling them into a world where animals spoke truths about human nature. The Bestiaries' influence reached into every corner of art, inspiring cathedrals adorned with soaring arches and intricate carvings. Gargoyles perched high above, grotesque yet fascinating, offered both a warning and a welcome. They were guardians of sacred spaces, embodying the tension between beauty and the grotesque, drawing the gazes of both the pious and the curious. In the shadows of stone walls, the vibrant tapestries of the age flourished, vibrant with the stories of these bestiary creatures. A tapestry depicting a hunting scene might show a nobleman tracking a stag, but the surrounding flora and fauna, each plant and animal, held layers of meaning. The fox, sly and cunning, mirrored human deceit, while the rabbit, innocent and quick, highlighted the fragility of life. Artists poured their souls into these works, translating the teachings of the Bestiaries into visual language, their emotions woven into every thread. The art of illumination blossomed alongside these texts, as scribes adorned pages with gold and colors so rich they seemed to glow from within. It was a time when monks and artists believed that to create was to participate in the divine act of creation. The Bestiaries became their muse, their inspiration, allowing them to meld the earthly with the heavenly. Dragons curled around letters, their scales shimmering as if they were alive. The creatures seemed to breathe, filling the margins with whispers of ancient wisdom. In great cathedrals, stained glass windows told stories that echoed the tales within the Bestiaries. Light filtered through, casting colorful patterns on stone floors, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. A window depicting the wise owl, emblematic of knowledge, glowed as the sun hit just right, illuminating the sanctuary with a soft, ethereal light. The owl's gaze seemed to follow the worshippers, reminding them of the pursuit of wisdom amidst the chaos of life. Each glance at these artworks stoked the fires of devotion and understanding, forging connections between the congregation and the divine. Each city, too, contributed its own flair to the artistic interpretations found in Bestiaries. From the bustling markets of Paris to the serene monasteries of England, artists infused their work with local legends and beliefs. The dreaded basilisk, a creature whose gaze could kill, became a symbol of the perils of sin. Artists in various regions depicted it in a multitude of styles, each more enchanting than the last. Such variations showcased the bestiary's grip on the collective imagination, a testament to its power to evoke fear, awe, and reverence. As the bestiaries made their mark, new interpretations flourished. The natural world began to blend with the spiritual, and animals were depicted not just as creatures of the earth, but as symbols of human virtues and vices. The medieval artist wielded a brush like a sword, carving out the stories of morality and faith, and with each creation, a dialogue was established between the viewer and the artwork, the seen and the unseen. Every creature sprang forth from the page, urging the onlooker to reflect on their own life, their choices, their faith. A sudden gasp breaks the silence as a young apprentice stumbles upon a hidden room filled with scrolls and paintings. His heart races as he uncovers a wall covered in vivid murals of fantastical beasts, each brimming with life. The apprentice feels an overwhelming rush of emotion, the joy of creation, the weight of symbolism, and the burden of unyielding tradition. He stands transfixed, imagining how these very images will inspire artists centuries from now, the stories of the past echoing through time to touch future hearts and minds. The connection between the bestiaries and the art of the medieval period reveals itself in every flicker of candlelight, every whispered prayer, and every stroke of the artist's hand. It is a tapestry of emotion and fervor, a remarkable fusion of animal and allegory that resonates through the ages. And as the apprentice closes his eyes, he feels a pulse, a beat that connects him to every artist who has ever poured their soul into their work. Yet, it is not just the stories of the creatures that move through the halls of history. It is the very essence of those who dared to depict them that lingers in the air. The triumphs and struggles of artists, the devotion of the monks preserving these ancient texts, all merge into a powerful narrative. The bestiary becomes a symbol of hope and a catalyst for spiritual connection, its influence rippling through the centuries like the soft rustle of wings in the night. In the distance, the tolling of a bell resonates through the stillness, calling the faithful to gather once more. The monk in the scriptorium carefully rolls away the parchment, knowing that the beauty captured within its lines will live on, etching itself into the hearts of those who seek meaning in the world around them. The floodgates of imagination are wide open, and the stories of the bestiary continue their journey, an unending cycle that binds the past and the present, urging all who encounter them to reflect, to dream, and to believe in the magic woven into the very fabric of life itself. Under the flickering light of a single candle, shadows danced across the pages of an ancient bestiary, the air thick with the scent of old parchment and the faint whisper of history. As the candle flickered, the ink seemed to come alive, revealing not just strange creatures but profound lessons, lessons that were as much a part of humanity's fabric as the very air we breathe. Each page turned was a heartbeat, each illustration a mirror reflecting the moral challenges that humanity has faced for centuries. The bestiary, a compilation of animals both real and imagined, served as a tapestry of moral tales, woven with the threads of human experience. As one gazed upon the majestic lion, its golden mane shimmering with regal authority, the lesson of courage and nobility emerged. The lion roared not just as a king of beasts, but as a reminder that true leadership demands both strength and compassion. Every child who heard the tale of the lion grew up understanding that courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Then there were the foxes, sly and cunning, depicted with eyes that seemed to glimmer with mischief. Stories of the fox warned against the perils of deceit. The cleverness portrayed was not celebrated. Rather, it served as a cautionary tale. Those who sought to outsmart others for their gain often found themselves ensnared in their own traps. The lessons within these pages echoed in the hearts of those who read them. Trust must be earned, and treachery carries its own heavy toll. As the flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows, the image of the wolf crept into view. With sharp teeth and piercing eyes, the wolf was the embodiment of loyalty and family. Yet it was also a reminder of the darker side of nature. Stories told of the wolf's fierce protection over its pack, illustrating the importance of loyalty and the sacrifices that come with it. But lurking behind that loyalty was a warning. Betrayal from within is often the most devastating. In the heart of every tale about the wolf lay an urgent reminder to cherish those we hold dear and to guard against those who might turn against us. The unicorn, a creature of pure beauty and grace, represented purity and hope. Its horn, shimmering with light, symbolized healing and truth. Legends spoke of the unicorn's ability to discern the honest from the deceitful. To encounter a unicorn was to embrace a moment of clarity in a world clouded by confusion. For those who read about the unicorn, it became an icon of aspiration, a reminder of the goodness that could be found even in the darkest of times. Flicking through the pages, readers encountered the dragon, powerful, fiery, and often misunderstood. The dragon was not merely a creature to be conquered, it was a reflection of our inner demons and the battles we face within ourselves. Tales told of knights who sought to slay dragons, only to discover that the real quest was to conquer their own fears and insecurities. The dragon became a symbol of the eternal struggle between good and evil, courage and cowardice, urging readers to recognize their inner battles and to rise above them. As the tales unfolded, moments of tension gripped the reader's heart. A tale of the hare and the tortoise highlighted the value of perseverance and humility. The swift hare, full of pride, underestimated the slow but steady tortoise who, in the end, triumphed. This parable struck a chord, resonating deeply with anyone who had ever felt overlooked or underestimated in life. It delivered the powerful message that the journey is as significant as the destination, urging all to maintain determination no matter the pace. The Bestiary also captured the essence of fear through the image of the serpent, coiled and ready to strike. This creature represented temptation and the consequences of succumbing to it. Readers found themselves gripped with unease, recognizing the serpent's ability to lure even the most virtuous astray. Parables surrounding the serpent were warnings, echoing throughout the ages, urging vigilance against the seductive whispers that lead to moral decay. Then came the elephant, wise and gentle, a testament to memory and understanding. In its massive presence lay a profound lesson about respect for the past and the importance of learning from it. The elephant's stories revealed that wisdom grows from experience, and those who forget the lessons of yesteryear are doomed to repeat their mistakes. With each mention of the elephant, emotions swelled, instilling a sense of reverence for the knowledge passed down through generations. In the quiet corners of the bestiary, a collection of lesser-known creatures whispered their own stories, each a fragment of the human condition. The humble ant became a symbol of hard work and community, reminding readers that no task is too small when it serves a greater purpose. The wise owl, with its haunting gaze, embodied insight and the importance of looking beyond the surface. Each creature added to the rich tapestry of morality, urging society to reflect on its values and choices. As the candle flickered low, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The stories interwove, creating a complex web of emotion, tension, and introspection. Each creature, with its symbolic weight, challenged readers to contemplate deep ethical questions. Was it enough to be noble like the lion, wise like the owl, or industrious like the ant? Would one have the courage to confront their own dragons and recognize the serpents that lurked in their lives? With every page, readers felt the weight of history pressing upon them, a silent call to action. The Bestiaries were not mere collections of mythical beasts. They were moral compasses, guiding humanity through the labyrinth of choices and consequences. And just as the candle flickered for the last time, an unspoken promise hung in the air, a promise that the lessons learned from these creatures would echo on, paving the way for the stories yet to unfold. The threads of morality were woven tightly, wrapping around the very essence of existence, connecting past, present, and future in an unbroken chain of wisdom that demanded to be carried forward. A flickering flame cast shadows on the ancient stone walls, illuminating the flickers of imagination held within thick scrolls and brittle parchment. The air thickened with tales long forgotten, where creatures of myth and lore danced between the lines, beckoning to all who dared to listen. Whether serpent or bird, lion or elephant, these beings held meanings far beyond their mere existence. They were vessels of the human experience, reflections of fears, hopes, and the very essence of life itself. In Mesopotamia, the mighty Lamassu stood guard at palace gates, its bull's body and human head symbolizing strength and protection. Travelers whispered prayers as they passed, believing that these winged guardians warded off evil spirits. The Lamassu was not merely a statue but a bridge between the physical realm and the divine. The very presence of this creature evoked a sense of awe, an understanding that power does not always come from force but from the ability to protect and nurture. Across the vast sands to ancient Egypt, the falcon soared high, embodying the god Horus. Worshippers gazed into the sky, searching for a glimpse of this regal bird, for it was said to be a messenger between the heavens and earth. The falcon's keen vision was a reflection of clarity and purpose, igniting a fervor in the hearts of those who longed for guidance. In their eyes, the falcon became a symbol of kingship, a beacon of hope that whispered promises of protection and vengeance against those who wronged them. As night fell, stories of the dragon emerged from the depths of Chinese folklore. Unlike the monstrous beasts of Western tales, the dragon here was a creature of wisdom and benevolence. It danced upon the winds, its scales shimmering with the colors of sunrise, representing power and auspiciousness. Communities celebrated the dragon in grand parades, believing it brought rain for their crops and fortune to their homes. Each flick of its tail was a reminder that strength could be gentle, that might could be wrapped in grace. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the ancient forests, the owl perched silently, cloaked in mystery. Revered by the Greeks and Romans alike, it was a symbol of Athena, the goddess of wisdom. The owl's haunting call echoed through the night, stirring emotions of both fear and reverence. To see an owl was to witness a glimpse into the unknown, a reminder that knowledge often lay hidden in darkness, waiting to be uncovered. The people often felt a shiver run down their spines, sensing the weight of the owl's gaze, a connection to the unseen world that brushed against their own. In the heart of the Americas, the jaguar prowled through lush jungles, a symbol of power and ferocity. The Mayans and Aztecs revered this magnificent creature, believing it could traverse between the living and the spirit worlds. Its stealth and strength were not merely qualities to admire. They spoke of survival and dominance. The jaguar's roar could chill the blood, sending tremors through the earth itself, reminding all who heard it of the primal forces of nature that could both create and destroy. But not all creatures depicted in ancient texts were grand or mighty. The humble ant, often overlooked, found its place in the wisdom of fables. In Aesop's tales, the ant symbolized diligence and foresight, teaching that hard work and preparation would yield fruit in times of need. The simplicity of the ant's life echoed loudly, resonating with those who recognize that greatness can emerge from the smallest of efforts. It was a creature of the earth, reminding humanity that every contribution counts, no matter how tiny or seemingly insignificant. In the vast ocean, the sirens sang their haunting melodies, drawing sailors into the depths with promises of beauty and desire. These creatures, half woman and half fish, were symbols of temptation and the dangers that lay beneath the surface of dreams. The ancient Greeks warned of their allure, for the sirens represented the struggle between desire and duty. Their songs stirred a blend of longing and fear, capturing the essence of what it means to be human, constantly teetering on the edge of our deepest desires. And then there were the phoenixes, rising from the ashes of their own destruction, representing renewal and immortality. Ancient tales told of this magnificent bird, its flames illuminating the night sky as it breathed new life into the world. The phoenix whispered of rebirth, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, hope could emerge anew. This symbolism resonated deeply with hearts burdened by loss, igniting a flicker of resilience in those who mourned. Each creature, whether soaring through the skies or hidden in the depths of the seas, carried with it a tapestry of stories and emotions. They were reflections of the very human spirit, embodying our fears, aspirations, and the eternal quest for understanding. The delicate balance between man and creature created a symphony of existence, where the whispers of ancient texts spoke not just of legends, but the very essence of being alive. As the last embers of the fire crackled in the night, shadows danced across the walls, and the stories continued to weave themselves into the fabric of time. Each tale, etched into the minds of those willing to listen, beckoned for connection. With every heartbeat, the creatures of myth and legend remained alive, their symbolism echoing through the ages. An invitation to ponder the mysteries of existence that linger just beyond the horizon. In the flickering light of a fire, shadows danced on the cave walls, etching ancient stories into the stone. The heat pulsed, a heartbeat of life in the chilling darkness, while the low hum of voices carried the weight of secrets passed down through generations. Those gathered there, their faces illuminated by flickering flames, spoke in hushed tones about the serpents that slithered through their myths and legends. Serpents, with their glistening scales and penetrating gaze, had captured humanity's imagination since time immemorial. From the earliest days of civilization, snakes represented a paradox, a duality that sparked fear and reverence. In ancient Egypt, the cobra crowned the head of the pharaoh, symbolizing sovereignty and protection. The image was clear. The serpent was both the guardian and the destroyer. It coiled around the very essence of life, embodying both creation and chaos. The Nile, a lifeblood for the Egyptian people, was home to these creatures, and they understood that the balance of life depended on the interplay of these forces. A snake's hiss could evoke fear, while its presence could also bring a sense of safety, like a protective spirit watching over its domain. In the lush jungles of Mesoamerica, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl soared through the skies, a dazzling blend of earth and air, snake and bird. Revered as a god, Quetzalcoatl represented wisdom, self-reflection, and the essence of life itself. The Aztecs and Mayans crafted intricate tales around this deity, infusing their lives with the belief that the serpent's wisdom was key to understanding the universe. Offerings were made, rituals performed, echoing the ancient bond between humanity and the snake, a bond that transcended fear and embraced a deeper understanding of existence. Travel eastward and the stories shift, yet the serpent remains a vivid thread woven into the fabric of culture. In India, the Naga, a serpent being with divine qualities, slithered through ancient texts and folklore. The Naga was a protector, residing in the sacred waters, gifting fertility to the land and ensuring the prosperity of its people. The serpent's coils were not just a symbol of danger, but a sacred emblem of power and strength. In the spiritual landscape of Hinduism and Buddhism, the Naga remained a potent symbol, appearing in the art and architecture that adorned temples and cities, invoking awe and reverence from all who beheld them. But not all stories were painted with the brush of reverence. In the shadows of the Bible, the serpent lurked in the Garden of Eden, a figure of treachery and temptation. Its whisper, smooth as silk, led to humanity's fall. This portrayal birthed an enduring fear of the serpent, a fear that echoed through the ages, shaping perceptions and creating a wedge between humanity and nature. The very mention of a snake could send shivers down the spine, conjuring images of betrayal and darkness. Yet, even in this tale, the serpent was a teacher, nudging humanity toward self-awareness and the consequences of their choices. Crossing oceans, the symbolism of snakes took on new forms in African mythology, where they were often seen as connectors between realms, the earthly and the spiritual. In many tribes, snakes were revered as ancestors, their movements on the earth mirroring the cycles of life and death. The whispered tales of the rainbow serpent, a creator god, spoke of life-giving rains and the lush earth that followed. In ceremonies, the dance of the snake became a vital expression of connection, a reminder of the delicate balance of the natural world. As the dancers swayed, their bodies mimicked the serpent's fluidity, blurring the lines between human and divine. The fascination with snakes extended into the realms of science and medicine, where the venom of some species became a source of healing. In the ancient world, doctors turned to the snake for wisdom, adopting the symbol of the serpent entwined around the staff, the rod of Asclepius. This emblem became synonymous with medicine, a reminder that within danger lies the potential for healing. The snake spoke of the dual nature of existence. It could wound, but it could also heal, embodying the fragile line that separates life from death. As history unfolded, the snake's role evolved, finding its way into the realms of literature, art, and popular culture. The tales of Medusa, with her head full of writhing snakes, struck fear into the hearts of many. Yet she too was a tragic figure, cursed yet powerful. The story shifted, but the emotions remained raw. Fear, fascination, love, and betrayal, all interwoven with the image of the serpent. In modern times, the snake's legacy lives on in tattoos, fashion, and symbolism. It has become a motif of rebellion, a symbol of transformation and change. People adorn their bodies with serpentine designs, a way to embrace the duality of life, to acknowledge the shadows and the light. Still, that primal fear lingers, bubbling just beneath the surface, ready to surge forth at the sight of a slithering creature. Yet the cultural significance of serpents and snakes is far from one-dimensional. In the quiet moments when one considers the stories and symbols that span countless cultures and epochs, the emotion shifts. The snake is an axis upon which humanity spins, a reminder of our deepest fears and our greatest aspirations. It reveals the complexity of existence, where good and evil intertwine, where creation and destruction are part of the same dance. Even now, as the fire crackles and the shadows stretch and sway, the stories continue to echo in the hearts of those who dare to listen. The serpent, ever present and profoundly significant, coils around the essence of life itself, endlessly weaving new tales and truths, breathing life into the fabric of human experience. As the night deepens and the flames flicker low, one cannot help but feel the tension thickening, a palpable energy coursing through the air. The stories of serpents and snakes are far from over. They beckon for more, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the flickering candlelight of a medieval scriptorium, the air hung heavy with the scent of parchment and ink. A young monk, his fingers stained with the remnants of his labor, meticulously copied illustrations from an ancient bestiary, a book that danced between the lines of reality and myth. With every stroke of his quill, he breathed life into creatures that should never have existed, a lion with the wings of an eagle, a serpent with the head of a woman. Each drawing sent shivers down the spine, a potent mix of fear and fascination. Tales of these uncanny beings filled the minds of those who dared to read. Outside, the world was a tapestry woven with the mundane and the magical. Farmers worked their fields, children chased shadows, and the distant rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Yet, within the cozy walls of the scriptorium, the monk found himself ensnared by the alluring strangeness of the bestiary. Each creature represented a puzzle, a glimpse into the mysteries of God's creation. But as he painted, a creeping dread began to gnaw at him. The line between reality and imagination blurred, as if the creatures would leap from the pages and into his world. The bestiary had been passed down through generations, carrying with it the weight of centuries. The creatures it depicted were not merely fanciful. They embodied the fears and wonders of the age, the unknown lurking just beyond the horizon. The monk's heartbeat quickened as he imagined what it would be like to encounter such beasts. Would the griffin soar through the skies, its feathers catching the light? Would the unicorn emerge from the shadows, its horn shimmering with a light that promised both healing and peril? In the quiet corners of the scriptorium, whispers began to fill the void. Tales of the uncanny and the grotesque slipped through the cracks like tendrils of smoke. A traveler had stumbled into the village sharing stories of monstrous creatures that roamed the night, each one more horrifying than the last. He spoke of the basilisk, a snake that could kill with just a glance, and the manticore, a beast with the body of a lion and the tail of a scorpion, its eyes glimmering with a hunger that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest knight. The monk found himself haunted by these stories. He could almost hear the rustling of wings and the soft padding of paws echoing in the stillness. The bestiary was not just a book. It was a doorway into the uncanny, an invitation to confront the fears that lay buried deep within. What if the creatures were not mere figments of imagination, but remnants of a world where the impossible was possible? What if they were watching, waiting, lurking just out of sight? As he painted the images, the monk felt himself slipping into the realm of the unknown, where every stroke of his quill sparked a sense of foreboding. The creatures took on a life of their own, their eyes glinting with an unsettling awareness. The griffin perched on the edge of the page, its fierce gaze seeming to challenge the monk's own perception of reality. The unicorn, with its ethereal beauty, whispered promises that felt both enchanting and dangerous. Yet there was comfort in the knowledge that these beings were tethered to the pages of the bestiary, safe within the confines of the book, or so he thought. One fateful evening, a storm brewed outside, rattling the windows and dimming the candlelight. The monk, trembling, continued to work. The thunder roared, and with each crack he felt a tremor in his soul. It was as if the storm had awakened something far deeper, a restless energy that seeped into the very fabric of the scriptorium. As lightning illuminated the room, the monk caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. The griffin's image flickered, the ink shifting as though it were coming to life. His heart raced. Was he truly seeing what he thought he was seeing? A whispering wind brushed past him, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, the very essence of the magical beings he had brought to life on the page. He turned back to his work, desperate to keep the line between imagination and reality intact. But the air crackled with tension, and the shadows danced in a way that felt almost sentient. The line between the real and the surreal had become dangerously thin. The bestiary was no longer a simple collection of lore. It had become a living entity, a reflection of the fears and emotions that lay dormant in the hearts of those who dared to read it. Then, as if summoned by his thoughts, the ground shook. A loud crash echoed from the forest beyond the monastery walls. The monk's heart pounded like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the uncanny nature of existence itself. Was it the manticore? Had it escaped the pages and was now prowling through the night, seeking out the unwary? In that moment, he understood. The uncanny was not merely about fear or wonder. It was the realization that the boundary between reality and imagination was as fragile as the parchment he worked on. The creatures of the bestiary had the power to evoke our deepest emotions, to stir our instincts and challenge our understanding of the world. They were not just stories, but reflections of the human experience, the part of us that yearns for magic even as we cling to the mundane. The monk stepped to the window, peering into the darkness. The storm raged on, but in the flickering light of thunder he thought he saw movement in the trees. The shadows twisted and turned, as if alive. The terrible beauty of the uncanny washed over him, a mixture of excitement and dread. What was out there? What existed just beyond the veil of his understanding? He turned back to his work, the bestiary pulsing with an energy that was impossible to ignore. It was calling to him, inviting him to plunge deeper into the heart of its mysteries. With each brushstroke, the creatures seemed to whisper secrets, their stories woven into the very fabric of his being. In that moment, he realized that the uncanny was not something to fear. It was an invitation to confront the hidden depths of the imagination, to embrace the shadows that lurked just beneath the surface. The storm continued to howl, a cacophony of sound that echoed his racing heart. And there, in the heart of the scriptorium, the monk felt the thrill of the unknown pulling him in, a seductive force that promised revelation and terror in equal measure. As the night stretched on, he painted, each creature becoming a portal into the uncanny, each stroke a reminder that the world was far more than mere appearances. The bestiary, with all its strangeness, was alive, and so too was the darkness that surrounded it. In the quietude of a sun-drenched courtyard, a boy sat beneath the shade of a gnarled olive tree, a book clutched tightly in his hands. The words within whispered tales of creatures great and small, of beings that roamed the earth and soared through the skies. With each turn of the page, the boy's imagination ignited, breathing life into the distant echoes of a mind that dared to categorize the world, a mind that belonged to Aristotle. Long ago, in the bustling city of Athens, Aristotle walked through the vibrant market streets, filled with the cacophony of merchants hawking their wares, the scent of fresh herbs, and the sounds of laughter from children playing nearby. Here, amidst the clamor, he conceived a revolutionary framework that would change humanity's perception of the animal kingdom forever. It was not merely a list of names, but an intricate tapestry woven from observation, logic, and an insatiable curiosity about life itself. What if one could understand the world through the eyes of its creatures? Aristotle pondered this relentlessly, observing every animal with a keen eye and a heart full of wonder. He sat by the banks of the aqueduct, watching the fish darting through the water, their scales glinting like jewels under the sunlight. He noted the differences between the swift, slender dolphin and the lumbering whale, marveling at their adaptations, their strengths, their classifications. "Let us see how they move, how they live," he mused, his heart racing with each new discovery. He began to categorize animals based on their habitats, their physical traits, and their behaviors. Land, air, water, each domain held its own secrets, its own marvels. The rhythm of his thoughts was like a drumbeat, echoing through the ages, setting the stage for a legacy that would transcend time. Aristotle's classification system was not just a scientific endeavor, it was a profound expression of his love for nature. The way he wrote about the creatures stirred something deep within those who read his words. It was as if he were reaching out across centuries, inviting them to share in his awe. The lion's fierce majesty, the humble ant's industriousness. Each had a story, a place in the grand design of life. As the boy in the courtyard turned page after page, a shiver ran down his spine. He could almost hear the rustle of lions' tails and the flutter of birds' wings. The animals were alive, breathing through the ink and parchment. Aristotle's passion translated into emotion, igniting a fire that sparked curiosity in young minds, turning his words into seeds planted in fertile ground. They would grow into an appreciation for nature that would last for generations. But the legacy was not without struggle. As time marched on, Aristotle's classifications faced the scrutiny of scholars and thinkers. Arguments erupted in dimly lit rooms filled with the smell of burning oil from lamps, as minds debated the essence of life itself. Was it right to place creatures in boxes, to label them in a world where everything seemed so interconnected? The air crackled with tension as philosophers weighed Aristotle's ideas against the fluidity of nature. Yet, as the storm of debate raged, the foundations he laid remained steadfast, a guiding light for those who sought to understand the living world. His observations became a bridge across time, linking ancient wisdom with future explorations. His impact rippled through history, touching the likes of Pliny the Elder, Linnaeus, and countless others who would build upon his work, taking it into uncharted territories. The boy, lost in the pages of his book, felt the weight of that legacy. He was no longer just an observer. He was part of a larger story that intertwined the minds of the past with the hearts of the present. With every mention of a creature, he felt a thread pulled taut. Each one was a reminder of the bond between living beings, a reminder of their shared existence in this vast tapestry of life. There was a moment when he stumbled upon a description of the majestic eagle. Its wings, broad and powerful, symbolized freedom and strength, soaring high above the earth. He could almost hear the whoosh of air as it glided effortlessly, a champion of the skies. His heart raced at the thought of such beauty, a reflection of Aristotle's own awe. To capture such magnificence in mere words, how brave, how bold. Yet, beneath the beauty lay an unsettling truth. The boy realized that with every classification came the burden of understanding. Names and categories could never fully encapsulate the essence of a being. The wisdom of Aristotle would remain a delicate dance between the known and the unknown, forever inviting questions yet to be answered, mysteries yet to be unraveled. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the courtyard, the boy felt the heat of a relentless curiosity gripping his soul. The book, a vessel of knowledge, pulsed with life in his hands. He sensed that he stood on the brink of something profound, a transition from the past to an endless future, and with that realization, the world around him faded, consumed by the weight of Aristotle's legacy. It was not merely about animals or classifications. It was an eternal quest for understanding, a journey that promised to ignite flames of passion in those who dared to ask questions. The glow of Aristotle's influence illuminated paths yet to be walked, leading into the unknown, where the boy would find himself woven into the very fabric of discovery. Would he dare to continue what had begun so long ago? Would he join the ranks of those who sought to know, to question, to understand? The air buzzed with potential, rich with the promise of adventure and the thrill of uncharted territories waiting to be explored just beyond the pages of a book. And the boy, heart pounding, knew that this was only the beginning. In the flicker of candlelight, the aged parchment whispered secrets of creatures half-remembered and others that never existed. Each stroke of the quill brought to life forms that danced between reality and imagination, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared gaze upon them. These were not mere drawings. They were gateways into a world where dragons soared and griffins guarded ancient treasures. Bestiaries, those captivating tomes, began as solemn catalogues of creatures, drawn from the depths of human fear and fascination. In the medieval period, when the line between myth and reality blurred, these illustrated manuscripts became treasures of their own. They served not just to inform, but to invoke wonder and dread, teaching morals through the grotesque and the beautiful. The artists wielded their brushes with a mix of reverence and rebellion, breathing life into fantastical beasts that sprang from the imaginations of a society hungry for tales that explained the unexplainable. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the cloisters of monastic life buzzed with the hum of creativity. Monks meticulously copied texts by hand, their fingers stained with ink, their hearts swelling with purpose. Each illustration was a prayer, a testament to the divine order of nature, yet laced with the wild spirit of the unknown. The unicorn, with its spiraled horn, symbolized purity and grace, while the fierce basilisk, with scales of emerald and eyes that could turn flesh to stone, warned of the dangers lurking in the shadows. In the corners of these sacred spaces, as quills scratched against parchment, there unfolded not just an evolution of art, but a transformation of belief. The bestiary illustrations evolved over time, adorned with vibrant colors and intricate designs. They became a canvas for artists to express the complexities of both the natural world and the supernatural. The dragons, once mere sketches of scales and claws, transformed into majestic beasts that filled their pages with grandeur. Their wings, wide and powerful, were painted with such detail that one could almost hear the rush of air as they took flight. Amidst these pages, tragedy and triumph intertwined. The stories of mythical creatures were often drawn against the backdrop of human struggles. The phoenix, rising from its own ashes, captured the very essence of resilience, reminding all that there is beauty in rebirth. Yet, lurking within the same manuscript, the depiction of the fierce manticore, a creature with the body of a lion, the face of a man, and a tail of scorpions, served as a warning against hubris and pride. These illustrations evoked a tempest of emotions, stirring the heart and igniting the imagination, urging the viewer to ponder their own place in the grand tapestry of existence. As the Renaissance dawned, the bestiary illustrations blossomed into something more magnificent. Artists like Hieronymus Bosch infused their work with themes of moral complexity, depicting creatures that were both enchanting and grotesque. The once still images came alive with a sense of movement, swirling through the pages like a storm. Dragons coiled around the edges, their scales shimmering like emeralds, while mermaids beckoned from the depths of ink, their mysterious smiles both alluring and dangerous. Each illustration mirrored the chaotic beauty of the world around them, capturing the essence of an age grappling with enlightenment and faith. With the advent of the printing press, the bestiary illustrations proliferated, reaching the hands of many. The fear that once accompanied these mythical creatures began to morph into fascination. People marveled at the griffins, half eagle and half lion, embodying strength and vigilance. They could almost hear the roar of the lion and the screech of the eagle echoing in their minds. These creatures became symbols of hope and resilience, offering solace in uncertain times. Yet, in the shadows of this evolution lay a lurking darkness. The passion for these illustrations ignited a frenzy of collection and curiosity, but it also led to the birth of misconceptions. The chimeras and sphinxes that once roamed the pages began to take on lives of their own, their truths twisted into fantastical narratives that blurred the lines between belief and fiction. The line of understanding between man and monster became increasingly convoluted, leading societies to simultaneously revere and fear the creatures they once sought to tame. As artists continued to innovate, each brushstroke echoed with the weight of history. The bestiary became a reflection of humanity itself, capturing our dreams, our nightmares, and our struggles. The illustrations drew from ancient texts, old tales, and the whispers of the earth, weaving them into a single, rich tapestry. Each creature told a story of human emotion, joy, sorrow, fear, and hope, crafted with passion and precision. The emotional intensity of these illustrations reached a crescendo during the Age of Exploration. As new lands were discovered, so too were new beasts, real and imagined. The pages of Bestiaries filled with creatures that danced between the realms of fact and fantasy. Imaginations ran wild, blending the wonders of the natural world with the mysteries of the unknown. The excitement of discovery rippled through the pages, capturing both the wonder of exotic animals and the gothic fears of monsters lurking in the shadows. Through it all, the bestiary illustrations remained a mirror reflecting the heart of humanity, ever evolving yet eternally rooted in the primal emotions that bind us all. They beckoned the viewer to lean closer, to feel the brush of their fur or the shimmer of their scales. Each illustration was an invitation to feel, to empathize, and to dream. In the hands of the viewer, the bestiary whispered ancient tales and modern truths, continuing to evolve with each era. They remained a testament to the enduring power of imagination, a vivid reminder of the creatures that dwell not just on the pages but within the very depths of our souls. And as the flickering candlelight cast shadows on the walls, the stories within those illustrations lived on, forever entwined with the hearts of those who dared to look within. The chill of twilight wrapped around the village like a shroud, the last light of day fading into a darkness that seemed to breathe. Shadows danced in the corners of narrow alleyways, whispering secrets of things that lurked just beyond sight. This was not just any village, it was a place steeped in ancient tales, where each stone was said to echo the history of the forbidden creatures that haunted its lore. In hushed tones, the villagers spoke of beings that roamed the earth and sky, creatures so terrifying that their very names were often left unspoken. They warned their children not to wander too far at night, for the woods held the shadows of the restless. This folklore, passed down through generations, served as both a caution and a connection to something far older than any one person could remember. The stories held power, defining the boundaries of their world and the creatures within it. One evening, a group of children gathered around the flickering light of a fire, their eyes wide with fear and excitement. Old Mara, the village's wise woman, settled herself among them, her voice low and melodic. She began to weave tales of the dark woods surrounding them, where the moonlight kissed the treetops but never fully illuminated the ground. She spoke of the Shaneks, mischievous spirits who played tricks on unsuspecting travelers, leading them astray until they were lost forever. The children shivered, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of what lay hidden behind the trees. Legends stretched back to the earliest days of the village when the boundary between the known and the unknown was as thin as a whisper. Creatures like the Wendigo, a ghastly specter of hunger and despair, haunted the frost-bitten forests. The air grew thick with tension as Mara recounted how this creature was once a man, twisted by the insatiable desire for more, until he became a monster, trapped in a perpetual state of hunger. The children's hearts raced, and they felt the cold breath of the wind as if it were the Wendigo itself, wandering nearby, watching, waiting. Mara continued, her voice rising with urgency as she described the terrifying sight of the skinwalkers, those who had crossed the threshold of humanity into the realm of the beast. They were said to wear the skins of animals, shifting between forms, embodying both predator and prey. The image of glowing eyes lurking in the underbrush sent shivers down the spines of her listeners. Her words painted the air with dread, as the children could almost hear the rustling leaves, the snapping of twigs underfoot, as if the creatures themselves were listening, waiting for their moment to strike. As the night enveloped them, Mara's stories intertwined with the history of the land. The villagers had once lived in harmony with these forbidden creatures, offering gifts to appease them, negotiating peace in a delicate dance between survival and respect. Ancient carvings on stones and the remnants of rituals told tales of offerings made at the foot of sacred trees, where the boundary between life and death blurred. Those who dared to venture too close to the secrets held by these creatures often paid a price, their fates woven into the fabric of folklore. The children listened, entranced, as Mara spoke of the powerful connection folklore forged between humans and the creatures of the night. It was said that understanding the stories meant understanding the world itself. The creatures were not mere beasts, but reflections of human fears, desires, and the dark corners of the soul. They were warnings wrapped in tales, urging the villagers to remember their place in the cycle of life, to never take more than what was needed. With each story, the air grew heavier, charged with an unspoken energy. The remote corners of the woods, where shadows lingered longest, seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The children darted glances over their shoulders, half expecting to see the eyes of a dark figure watching from the trees. The folklore had taken hold of their imaginations, wrapping its tendrils around their hearts, igniting a fear that was both exhilarating and profound. The tales twisted and turned like the very paths through the woods. As the fire crackled and popped, Mara spoke of the banshee, a mournful spirit whose wails foretold death. The children clutched each other, hearts racing as they imagined her ghostly form gliding silently through the fog, her chilling cries echoing in the night. The loss that lingered in her song resonated deeply, reminding them of loved ones and the fleeting nature of life itself. In the depths of the night, the children's laughter faded, replaced by a somber understanding of the weight of these tales. They were not just stories. They were the threads that wove the fabric of their lives. Each creature, every whispered warning, held a lesson, bringing them closer together, strengthening their bonds and embedding within them a profound respect for the unknown. As Mara concluded her stories, the fire dwindled to glowing embers, casting dim light on the faces of the children, now solemn and reflective. Outside, the wind howled, a reminder that the creatures of the dark were not merely confined to tales. They were real, lurking just beyond the flickering light, alive in the shadows of the night. Yet, an unsettling thought began to creep into their minds, mingling with the tension in the air. If these creatures were reflections of humanity, then perhaps something of that darkness existed within them too. The stories and folklore were more than mere warnings. They were a mirror, revealing the shadows they carried. As the children nestled closer together, the line between the familiar and the unknown blurred further. The wind carried the sound of distant rustling, almost like a whisper, leaving them to wonder, what is it that dwells in the darkness? And, more importantly, what happens when the boundaries between folklore and reality begin to dissolve? The night held its breath, and with it, the promise of new stories yet to unfold, waiting just beyond their reach. A vast desert stretched endlessly, the sun blazing down, molding shadows that danced like whispers on the golden sands. Amid this desolation, a small gathering took place beneath a majestic palm, where a scholar, a storyteller, and a curious child shared tales that transcended time. They spoke not just of life, but of creatures both real and fantastical, their words weaving vibrant images that made hearts race and imaginations soar. Al-Qazwini, a name that echoed through the ages, stood as a towering figure of knowledge in the 13th century. His work, The Wonders of Creation and the Oddities of Existing Beings, captured the essence of life in its most bewildering forms. Here was a man who had not merely written. He had painted a tapestry of the world's wonders infused with the vibrant colors of compassion and curiosity. The Bestiary, a remarkable section within Al-Qazwini's writings, opened a window into a universe of exotic species, each possessing a distinct character and often a moral lesson wrapped in the guise of fable. Creatures that roamed the earth, swam the seas, and soared through the skies were described with a detail that made them leap off the pages, filling one's mind with vivid images. The tales were not mere descriptions. They pulsed with life, breathing warmth and mystery into each encounter. Al-Qazwini described the lion not just as a beast of the wild, but as a king, majestic and fierce, embodying both strength and dignity. He spoke of its golden mane that glimmered in the sun, a crown for the ruler of the savannah. Yet, there was more, a deeper understanding that the lion was also a symbol of courage, loyalty, and the delicate balance of nature. The scholar spoke of the lion with reverence, evoking emotions that stirred something primal within the listeners, a reminder of the wild spirit that lurked in their own hearts. Then the tale of the elephant unfolded, a gentle giant cloaked in wisdom. Al-Qazwini narrated how its massive frame belied a tender soul, capable of remarkable empathy. The child, eyes wide with awe, imagined the elephant's trunk, curling and reaching, embracing its friends with a kindness that echoed throughout the animal kingdom. In a world filled with strife, the elephant stood as a testament to the beauty of compassion, a living reminder that strength lay not only in power but also in gentle gestures. As the shadows grew longer, the storyteller turned to the mystical creatures woven into the fabric of Al-Qazwini's world. The phoenix, a bird of fire and rebirth, captivated the listeners with tales of its radiant plumage. Each story sang of hope, of rising from the ashes, of triumph over despair. The flames that consumed the phoenix were not to be feared. They were a transformation, a reminder that every ending held the promise of new beginnings. The child shivered with excitement, imagining the brilliant birds soaring through the skies. A beacon of resilience. But Al-Qazwini did not shy away from the darker corners of nature. The serpent, with its sinuous grace, represented both wisdom and treachery. The way he described it sent shivers down spines, each hiss echoing like a warning in the stillness of the night. Yet within that duality lay an intricate lesson about the nature of humanity, how beauty could sometimes hide danger and wisdom could emerge from deception. The listeners leaned in, their hearts pounding, as they explored the complexities of good and evil through the lens of these creatures. The landscapes of Al-Qazwini's mind were not limited to the earth alone. He painted the oceans with his words, introducing the mythical sea creatures that lurked beneath the waves. The mermaid, with her enchanting song, lured sailors to their fate, embodying the allure of the unknown. As the storyteller spoke, a chill swept through the air, leaving the listeners entirely captivated, hanging on every syllable. The depth of the sea mirrored the depth of human longing, a desire to explore, to push boundaries, to dive into the mysteries that lay beyond the horizon. Moments passed like grains of sand slipping through fingers, and the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the gathering. The topic shifted to the more whimsical, the fantastic creatures that blurred the lines between reality and fantasy. The griffin, a majestic blend of lion and eagle, soared through the tales, representing a fusion of strength and vision. Each flap of its wings inspired dreams of soaring above the mundane, of reaching heights unimagined. The child closed their eyes, feeling the wind beneath their wings, longing for adventure. And then came the stories of the unicorn, that elusive, shimmering creature that spoke of purity and grace. Al-Qazwini's words painted a picture so vivid that the listeners could almost hear the gentle rustle of its mane, feel the warmth of its spirit. Every heart yearned for the unicorn, a symbol of hope, reminding them that amidst chaos, beauty and purity could still exist. The child's imagination flared, envisioning a world where such creatures roamed freely, and laughter rang through the air like music. Tension hung in the air as the scholarly trio reached the finale of their gathering. The tales of the mystical phoenix and the gentle elephant echoed in the child's heart, while the shadows of the snake and the depths of the sea left lingering questions, like whispers of secrets left untold. The stories intermingled with the cool evening breeze, creating an atmosphere thick with enchantment and wonder. Each creature carried lessons that spoke to the human experience, intertwining their lives with those of the listeners. As darkness enveloped the desert, the storyteller's voice softened, but the excitement in the child's heart grew, a flicker of hope and wonder igniting. The world of Al-Qazwini was not confined to ancient manuscripts. It pulsed with life, reflecting the struggles and triumphs of every being that walked, swam, or flew. The stories hung in the air like stars, waiting to be grasped, to be carried into every heart that dared to listen. In that moment, as the last remnants of daylight faded away, a deeper connection formed between the storyteller and the listeners, a bond forged through shared narratives and the unbreakable link to the natural world. Hearts beat in unison, resonating with the wonders that lay beyond the horizon, where the mysteries of life awaited eager souls, ready to embrace the unknown. In a dimly lit chamber, the flickering candlelight danced upon the aged pages of a book that had seen countless hands and eager eyes. The musty scent of parchment filled the air, mingling with the faint smell of wax and ink. A scholar, hunched over his desk, traced a finger along the spine of a bestiary, a volume of exotic creatures, both real and imagined. He was captivated, as if the creatures spoke to him, breathing life into his studies and igniting a fire in his imagination. Each page turned revealed not merely illustrations but stories woven with history, morality, and the essence of the human experience. Bestiaries were more than just collections of animals. They were educational marvels that bridged the gap between the known and the unknown. In medieval Europe, when much of the world remained shrouded in mystery, these books provided a lens through which people could understand the universe around them. Within their ornate borders lay a treasure trove of knowledge, where each creature symbolized a deeper truth, often linked to virtues or vices. The lion, a symbol of courage; the unicorn, a representation of purity. These images stirred emotions, igniting a moral compass that guided the hearts and minds of those who studied them. Children, captivated by the vibrant illustrations, would gather around their teachers, their eyes wide with wonder. They listened intently as stories unfolded, tales of the fierce griffin that guarded treasures, the gentle elephant that represented wisdom, and the cunning fox that embodied trickery. It was an age when education was not merely a series of lessons, but a tapestry of stories that engaged the soul. The bestiary, in its rich visual language, made learning come alive, prompting laughter, fear, and awe. As the scholar turned another page, he felt a connection to those ancient minds who had created these works. He imagined a monk, quill poised over parchment, painstakingly illustrating a fantastic beast, pouring his spirit into the creation. Each flourish of the pen was an act of devotion, a way to capture the complexity of life and the divine. The bestiaries were not just textbooks, they were the very breath of scholarly pursuit, a means to question, understand, and reflect upon existence itself. In the halls of universities, these books became revered texts, studied not only for their content but for the artistry that encompassed them. Scholars would argue over interpretations, finding layers of meaning in the simplest of creatures. The dialogue was vibrant, filled with passion, as each person sought to unearth the wisdom buried within. They debated the significance of the phoenix, a creature representing rebirth and immortality, examining how it echoed the human desire for renewal. Within the pages there was also a tension, a juxtaposition of fear and fascination. The dragon, a formidable beast, evoked shudders yet inspired tales of bravery. To confront a dragon was to confront one's fears, an allegory for the challenges that lay in wait for each individual. Bestiaries taught lessons that transcended time, imparting wisdom about courage and the struggle against darkness. As scholars read, their hearts raced, resonating with the tales of heroic knights who faced these creatures, their spirits intertwining with the stories long after the final page was turned. Illustrations were not merely adornments, they were vital components of the learning experience. A vibrant image of a griffin might evoke a gasp from a young student, sparking curiosity and prompting questions about the natural world and the imagination. The text alongside would offer explanations, grounding the fantastical in the realm of education. These books acted as catalysts for discussions, pushing the boundaries of thought as students pondered the ethics of nature, the role of humanity, and the interplay between the real and the imagined. The bestiary's influence seeped into the very fabric of art and literature. Poets and writers drew inspiration from these texts, embedding mythical creatures into their works, breathing life into characters who roamed the pages. The themes of morality played out in stories where animals acted as both protagonists and antagonists, drawing parallels to human behavior and ethical dilemmas. It was a rich tapestry of interwoven ideas, where literature and scholarship met in a vivid dance of creativity. In the shadows of the library, whispers filled the air as new generations of scholars admired the same books that had once captured the imaginations of their predecessors. They flipped through pages, tracing the lines of ink with reverence, feeling the weight of history within their fingers. With every illustration they encountered a world that called to them, a world where nature and morality intertwined, where learning was a living, breathing entity. What was once old became new again, a cycle of understanding that transcended the ages. Meanwhile, the scholar in the dimly lit chamber continued to immerse himself, the atmosphere thickening with his growing passion. He could feel the pulse of knowledge thrumming through the pages, each animal representing an idea, a lesson begging to be uncovered. His heart raced as he realized how bestiaries had shaped thoughts, morals, and even the course of history. The stories were not static. They evolved as new minds engaged with them, adding layers of interpretation, questioning the morals depicted, and challenging the status quo. In that moment, the line between past and present blurred. He was not merely a student of history, he was part of a living tradition, a thread in the vast tapestry of human thought. As he gazed at the illustrations, they seemed to shimmer under the candlelight, almost alive, beckoning him to understand the lessons they held. He felt the weight of generations upon his shoulders, their hopes, fears, and aspirations coursing through him. The night grew deep, and the shadows wrapped around him like a shroud, but the fire inside him burned bright. He was determined to carry forward the legacy of the bestiary, to breathe life into its lessons and share them with the world. Each turn of the page was a step deeper into a world filled with wonder, where education and scholarship were not just pursuits, but vital parts of the human experience, whispering truths that transcended time itself. In a dimly lit room, the scent of ink and paper hung in the air, mingling with the hushed whispers of anticipation. A group of eager scholars surrounded a sturdy wooden table, their eyes wide with wonder as they examined a newly printed bestiary. Pages adorned with vivid illustrations of creatures that danced between fantasy and reality, dragons coiling around castles, unicorns prancing through lush meadows, and grotesque hybrids that seemed to leap from the shadows of ancient myth. This moment marked not just the birth of a book, but a seismic shift in how knowledge was shared and disseminated in the world. Before the printing press, the bestiary was a rare gem, painstakingly copied by scribes who spent months, sometimes years, transcribing each word, each image by hand. These magnificent tomes were treasures, often found only in the libraries of monasteries or the collections of the wealthy elite. Each volume was a labor of love, drenched in the sweat of dedicated monks whose fingers would cramp under the weight of their task. The knowledge contained within these books was guarded like a closely held secret, with access limited to a select few. But then came the printing press, its gears and levers a marvel of mechanical ingenuity. As Gutenberg's invention spread like wildfire across Europe, a new chapter began to unfold. The stories of beasts, both real and imagined, could now leap from the pages and into the hands of anyone willing to turn them. The bestiary, once confined to the hushed halls of abbeys, burst forth into the light of the world, its vivid pages calling out to the curious and the learned alike. The impact was electric. Suddenly, those who had never laid eyes on a bestiary were not only able to see these captivating creatures but also to marvel at the lessons embedded within their stories. Each animal held a moral lesson, a fable woven into the fabric of its being. The lion symbolized courage, the fox represented cunning, and the whale was a reminder of the vast, untamed ocean. These tales were not mere entertainment. They were blueprints for living a virtuous life, and now they could be shared with anyone who could read. As the first prints rolled off the press, excitement crackled in the air. Merchants rushed to acquire copies to sell in bustling marketplaces, while scholars clamored to enrich their studies. The bestiary became a bridge between the sacred and the secular, a tapestry of life that connected the mystical with the practical. It filled people's hearts with wonder and inspired imaginations to soar. In the crowded streets, a young boy, eyes shining with curiosity, clutched a copy of the newfound bestiary as he wove through throngs of people. He could hardly believe his luck. No longer did he need to rely on the tales told by weary travelers or the fragments recounted by his village elders. With a single book in his arms, he had access to a universe of knowledge. The promise of adventure lay within those pages, and every turn of the leaf was a step towards understanding a world filled with both awe and fear. Yet, as the distribution of bestiaries expanded, so did the ripples of change in society. The Church, once the sole arbiter of knowledge, now found itself in a precarious position. No longer could it control the narrative, for the printed word had broken its chains. People began to question, to think critically. The bestiary was more than a compendium of animals. It was a gateway to new ideas, a challenge to established norms. With each new print came whispers of rebellion against the tightly held doctrines of the past. And as the word spread, so did the fear. Those in power watched with growing anxiety, realizing that knowledge was no longer confined within the hallowed walls of their institutions. The bestiary, so innocent in its portrayal of fantastical creatures, became a symbol of a burgeoning thirst for truth, a thirst that could not be quenched by mere dogma. With each page shared in the marketplace, a spark of enlightenment ignited in the hearts of ordinary people. Amidst this turmoil, a brilliant woman emerged, the first female printer. Her fingers danced across the typeset, the ink staining her hands as she worked tirelessly to produce copies of bestiaries that would not only entertain, but also enlighten. Her presses churned out stories that challenged the status quo, tales of women who defied conventional wisdom and beasts that symbolized strength and resilience. As she watched the first copies roll off her press, she felt a surge of pride and purpose. In her hands, she held the power to inspire and transform, to give a voice to those who had long been silenced. Yet, as the bestiary's popularity grew, so did the challenges of authenticity. With every print came the risk of distortion, of misinterpretation, tales twisted into caricatures, illustrations simplified beyond recognition. The purity of the message began to fade, and the original intent of these moral tales became muddied. Scholars and artists alike began to lament the loss of the delicate artistry that had once brought these creatures to life. The once sacred text was becoming a product, and with it, the weight of its significance began to wane. In the cozy corners of bustling taverns, heated debates erupted over the value of printed knowledge versus the wisdom of oral traditions. The old guards of tradition argued passionately for the importance of the handwritten, the unique touch of a scribe's quill. They feared that the soul of the bestiary would be lost in its mechanization. Yet, the younger generation, filled with hope and longing for a more connected world, rallied around the new possibilities. Their voices soared above the clamor, fueled by an insatiable curiosity that begged for exploration. As the printing press continued to transform the landscape of knowledge, a question lingered in the air. What would become of the bestiary? Would it remain a vessel of wisdom, or would it succumb to the relentless tide of mass production? The world was on the brink of a profound change, and in that tension, possibility shimmered like a mirage. Just out of reach, yet tantalizingly close. With every inked page, the story of the bestiary was being rewritten, reshaped by the hands of a new generation. The fate of these creatures, of their messages and morals, hung in a delicate balance. And in that moment, as the past whispered from the shadows, the future beckoned with its bright, uncharted promise. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit room, a scholar, hunched over a weathered tome, felt the weight of centuries pressing down on him. This was no ordinary book. It was a bestiary, its pages filled with vibrant illustrations of creatures both real and imagined. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and ink, each line whispering tales of nature intertwined with myth. The scholar's heart raced as he traced the outlines of fantastical beasts, creatures that roamed the edges of reality, blurring the lines between the known world and the realm of the supernatural. In Renaissance Europe, Bestiaries were far more than simple catalogues of animals. They were a remarkable fusion of science and myth, where the wonders of the natural world collided with the imagination of the human spirit. As scholars sought to classify the fauna that populated their world, they also wove in threads of folklore and allegory, creating a tapestry rich with meaning. The illustrations, vibrant and alive, revealed not just what the animals looked like, but also what they represented: the virtues of bravery, the vices of deceit, the wisdom of patience. Consider the unicorn, a creature so enchanting and elusive that it sparked curiosity and awe. In one hand, it symbolized purity and grace. In the other, it was a testament to the wild, untamed nature of the world. The scholar's fingers trembled as he turned the pages, feeling the energy of the stories pulse beneath his fingertips. Here, in the delicate strokes of ink, lay a world where the impossible felt almost tangible. The stories of the griffin and the cockatrice intertwined, revealing a truth that transcended mere biology. The griffin, with its majestic eagle head and powerful lion body, was a guardian of treasure, a symbol of strength and vigilance. The cockatrice, with its serpent-like body and deadly gaze, illustrated the dangers lurking in the shadows, the treachery that often accompanied greed. These tales resonated with the struggles of everyday life, reflecting fears and hopes that were universal and eternal. A flicker of unease passed over the scholar as he pondered the implications of these narratives. What did it mean to blend fact and fiction? Did the creatures' symbolic meanings hold more truth than their physical forms? As he delved deeper into the pages, he sensed a subtle tension, the desire to understand the natural world colliding with the allure of the mythical. Each creature told a story, but it was a story that danced on the edge of reality, inviting readers to lean closer, to question everything they thought they knew. In the bustling markets of Florence, merchants recounted tales of far-off lands, where dragons soared through the skies and mermaids sang haunting melodies to sailors lost at sea. These stories infused life into the wares they sold: exotic spices, vibrant fabrics, and delicate pottery. The people thrived on the mixture of fact and fantasy, believing that magic still existed in their everyday lives. It was a time when the lines between the scientific and the supernatural were not drawn so rigidly, allowing imagination to flourish. But as the Age of Enlightenment dawned, the scholar felt the winds of change. The world was beginning to favor reason over wonder. Scientists like Galileo and Copernicus were challenging centuries of belief, forcing the old ways to yield to new understandings of the universe. Yet, within the pages of the Bestiary, the spirit of myth clung on tenaciously. The creatures remained vibrant, their stories captivating hearts even in an age that increasingly valued empirical evidence. A sense of urgency pulsed through the scholar. He could see the shadows of doubt creeping into the minds of his contemporaries, threatening to extinguish the glow of marvel that had inspired generations. He felt a need to protect these tales, to ensure that the blending of science and myth would not be forgotten in the relentless march of progress. The creatures needed voices, stories to remind humanity of the magic that still existed, even in the most mundane of moments. Turning the page, he came upon the illustration of the phoenix, ablaze with colors that seemed to leap from the paper. This creature embodied renewal, the cycle of life and death, the idea that from ashes, new beginnings could rise. It struck a chord deep within him. Wasn't that the essence of every story told in hushed tones around flickering fires? The phoenix reminded him that even in a world of reasoning, the heart craved the extraordinary. As he continued to glean knowledge from the text, the scholar's emotions surged. He could hear the echoes of ancient voices, each one telling a whispered secret, each one asking him to remember. The pages became a sanctuary for the dreams of those long past, who believed in the extraordinary, who dared to see beyond the veil of the ordinary. He could feel their hopes, their fears, and the passion that drove them to scribble down these tales. The Bestiary was not merely a collection of animals. It was a chronicle of humanity itself, a reflection of the struggles between knowledge and belief, between fact and fable. The scholar's heart thrummed with urgency. He could sense that this fusion of myth and science was a fragile thing, threatened by the relentless tide of skepticism that sought to wash it away. The creatures within these pages needed to be remembered, for they were a part of a greater narrative, a shared tapestry that connected all of humanity. As he turned another page, he felt an electric thrill ripple through him. The stories were alive, breathing with an energy that defied time. He knew that the blending of science and myth in Renaissance bestiaries was not just an artifact of the past. It was a vital pulse of life that still resonated in the present. The scholar's resolve hardened. He would not let this legacy fade into obscurity. He would carry it forward, allowing the magic of those creatures to inspire new generations. Outside, the night deepened, and the world continued its restless march toward reason. But in the scholar's heart, the stories of old soared high, unfurling like wings against the dark. He could feel the creatures stir, ready to leap from the pages and into the minds of those willing to listen. And so, in the quiet of the night, the blending of science and myth lived on, waiting to be retold, waiting for hearts brave enough to embrace the extraordinary once more. In a silent corner of an ancient castle, a flickering torch cast dancing shadows across stone walls, illuminating the vibrant hues of a tapestry that told tales of valor, loyalty, and fierce battles. At the center of this grand display, a lion roared in golden threads, its fierce gaze capturing the essence of nobility and strength. Around it, a menagerie of creatures crafted with delicate care whispered stories of their own. Each animal represented something profound, a piece of history woven into the fabric of society. This was heraldry, the language of symbols, emotions, and history told through the majestic echoes of the animal kingdom. From the soaring eagle, capturing the very essence of freedom and vision, to the cunning fox, embodying wit and strategy, animals in heraldry were not mere decorations. They were powerful symbols that spoke to the hearts of those who beheld them. Each creature carried a weight, a legacy that transcended time, binding families, clans, and nations together across generations. When one looked upon a coat of arms, it was not just a collection of emblems but a living testament to the ideals and aspirations of those who bore it. The lion, often crowned to signify royalty, was the embodiment of courage. Kings and queens, wrapped in the mantle of their lineage, often chose the lion to signal their unmatched bravery in the face of adversity. They wore it as a badge of honor, a reminder of the bloodline that ran proudly through their veins. The stories of wars fought and won echoed in the growls of this regal beast, its presence an unyielding promise of protection and strength, a guardian of the realm against the shadows of despair. And then there was the dragon, a creature of myth that ignited imaginations. In heraldry, the dragon was not merely a frightening beast, it was a symbol of power, alchemical transformation, and wisdom. The dragon's wings spread wide, representing the reach of its influence and the fiery spirit within. Those who donned a dragon in their heraldry often carried with them the fierce ambition to rise above challenges, to transform their world with the ferocity of the flames it breathed. Their names were etched in history, not just for their deeds, but for the indomitable spirit that the dragon embodied. As one's gaze traveled over the tapestry, a sudden chill swept through the hall, a reminder that imagery had a darker side. The wolf, a creature often shunned, carried with it the weight of isolation and cunning. The wolf symbolized loyalty to the pack, but also the instinct to survive at all costs. Families who bore the wolf on their shields understood both the power of unity and the necessity for strategy in a world fraught with dangers. Their hearts beat in rhythm with the howls of the night, forever embedded in a legacy that balanced strength and vulnerability. More than mere creatures, these animals reflected the very essence of humanity, their hopes, fears, and dreams. The falcon, swift and sharp-eyed, spoke to the aspirations of the noble classes. It represented ambition and the razor-sharp focus needed to achieve greatness. Lords and ladies who chose to bear the falcon on their arms were declaring their intent to soar above mediocrity, to rise to heights that would leave their mark on history. The falcon's flight was a reminder that with vision and tenacity, one could conquer not just lands, but hearts as well. And amidst this vibrant tapestry, the horse galloped proudly, a symbol of nobility and grace. In a time when horses were the key to mobility and power, to have one emblazoned on a coat of arms was to proclaim a lineage of strength and honor. The horse bore tales of chivalry, of knights charging into battle, their spirits intertwined with the very essence of their mounts. Each gallop was a heartbeat, a connection to the land they fought for, the families they protected, and the legacy they were destined to uphold. But heraldry was not just for the noble. It was a language that resonated across all levels of society. The humble bee, for example, was more than just a hard-working insect. In heraldry, it symbolized industriousness and community. Townships that adopted the bee as their emblem showcased their commitment to unity and hard work, their pride buzzing with the promise of a fruitful harvest. The buzzing of bees echoed through the fields, a testament to the efforts of every citizen, reminding all that even the smallest creatures could wield significant power through cooperation. As the torchlight flickered, illuminating these stories, a shiver ran down the spine of any observer caught in the spell of history. Each symbol, vibrant in color and rich in meaning, spoke of triumph and trial, love and loss. They whispered secrets of ancestors long gone, their lives etched in the very fabric of their emblems. The past was alive, pulsating with the energy of those who came before, making the air thick with emotions both joyous and sorrowful. In this castle, where time seemed to stand still, the animals of heraldry were more than mere symbols. They were the very soul of humanity's struggle for identity. Each coat of arms told a story, crafted with intention, yearning to connect with the hearts of those who gazed upon them. The pulse of history throbbed in every stitch, urging all to remember that they were part of a larger narrative, one that stretched back through centuries, filled with the echoes of those who dared to dream, to fight, and to live. The shadows in the hall deepened and the air began to shift, hinting at the next chapter waiting to unfold. With each passing moment, the excitement crackled in the atmosphere, a promise of the rich tales still to come. Shivers danced down the spine of anyone who dared to gaze upon the dark silhouette that flickered in the shadows, the creature that the villagers whispered about in hushed tones. It was a being cloaked in myth and dread, lurking on the edges of their fearful imaginations. Many claimed to have seen it, a towering figure with piercing eyes that seemed to glow like embers in the night. Some said it was a beast, others a spirit, but all agreed on one thing. It was forbidden. Throughout history, these forbidden creatures have haunted the corners of human consciousness, playing on the fears and desires that dwell within. From the ancient legends of the Minotaur, lurking in the winding labyrinth of Knossos, to the specters of the night, like the infamous Chupacabra, whose very name sends chills through the hearts of those who hear it. Each tale is etched into the fabric of our cultures, woven with threads of fear, fascination, and moral lessons. In 32. The psychological interpretation of forbidden creatures, these monsters serve not just as figments of imagination, but as reflections of the very human psyche. Every dark corner of our minds holds a creature, a shadow of our fears, longing to be acknowledged. Stories of witches in medieval Europe, who were often misunderstood. Women wielding knowledge of herbs reveal how society has always been quick to label what it does not understand. The execution of those deemed forbidden mirrors our tendency to reject what challenges our beliefs, forcing us to confront our own darkness. As night fell, the villagers would gather around the flickering flames, sharing their stories. The air thick with tension, they spoke of the Wendigo, a mythological creature of Algonquin folklore that once was human but transformed into a malevolent being, driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. The Wendigo symbolizes the fear of starvation and the moral decay that can occur when one's desperation overtakes their humanity. The story served as a haunting reminder. In our darkest moments, we risk becoming monsters ourselves. The psychological impact of these stories is profound. They reveal the duality of human nature, the constant battle between light and dark. A creature like the basilisk, a serpent whose gaze could turn a man to stone, represents the fear of facing uncomfortable truths. It challenges us to confront what we wish to avoid, urging us to look deep within. The moment a child first hears of this creature, they may shiver, not just from fear, but from the realization that they, too, harbor a part of that monster within. Picture a rainy evening in a small village, the clouds heavy with secrets. Inside, a grandmother tells her grandchildren about La Llorona, the weeping woman who wanders near rivers, searching for her lost children. This tale, steeped in sorrow, serves as a cautionary lesson about the consequences of despair and regret. Through the generations, it teaches the children to honor their loved ones, an emotional thread that binds the past with the present, while also casting a long shadow of grief that lingers in the hearts of those who hear it. The tales shift with the ages, yet their core remains the same. Real-life monsters like the infamous Vlad the Impaler, whose brutal reign inspired the Dracula myth, intertwine with the psychological narratives that arise from them. His cruelty became a symbol of the darker aspects of power, with the fear of tyranny and oppression echoing through the ages. Each character, whether fictional or historical, reflects the complex tapestry of humanity, our fears, desires, and the moral dilemmas we face. In moments of tension, the air crackles with unspoken fears. A tale of the Mokelembembe, a creature said to dwell in the depths of the Congo River, stirs the imagination of the curious and the adventurous. Is it merely a legend, or a representation of our desire to conquer the unknown? The tension lies in that gray area where belief and skepticism collide, forcing listeners to question what lies beneath the surface, both in the world around them and within their own hearts. The tales escalate, shifting into darker realms. The banshee, her wails echoing through the night, signifies not just death, but the inevitable truth that all things must end. She embodies the grief that accompanies loss, a reminder of our mortality, which can be terrifying yet profoundly human. Each cry sends chills down the spine, resonating with the collective fears of a community faced with the unknown future. As the night grows deeper, the tales take on a life of their own. The stories of forbidden creatures become a mirror, reflecting the innermost struggles of the human soul. The creature becomes more than just a monster. It transforms into a symbol of the very traits we fear in ourselves. The kraken, with its tentacles stretching across the ocean's depths, evokes our fear of the uncontrollable forces of nature and the chaos that can ensue when we stray too far into the unknown. Lurking beneath the surface of these legends lies a psychological labyrinth, filled with echoes of our own fears and desires. The stories bind generations, creating a shared understanding of what it means to be human. Each tale told around a flickering fire serves not just to entertain, but to challenge the listeners to confront their own shadows. Can they face those forbidden aspects of themselves? The atmosphere thickens as the night wears on, each word steeped in unspoken fears and desires. The flicker of firelight dances on the faces of the listeners, drawing them deeper into the shadows of their own minds. Every tale told is a brushstroke on the canvas of collective consciousness, each creature a haunting reminder of the darkness that lies just beneath the skin, waiting, always waiting. In the flickering glow of a candlelit room, a scholar pored over dusty pages of ancient texts. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink, each turn of the page stirring whispers of long-forgotten tales. Among these was a collection of fantastical creatures, each more bizarre than the last, yet each one a mirror reflecting the depths of human nature. The scholar's fingers trembled as he traced the illustrations: serpents with the heads of women, lions with the wings of eagles, and creatures that seemed to be born from the deepest fears and wildest dreams of humanity. This was not mere fantasy. It was a bestiary, a compendium of beasts that served as a canvas for the human soul. The creatures, with their grotesque forms and enchanting qualities, told stories that echoed the very essence of mankind. The lion, king of beasts, represented strength and nobility, but also the tyranny that could come with power. The humble rabbit, timid and meek, encapsulated vulnerability, embodying the quiet despair that often lurked in human hearts. As the scholar turned to a page adorned with the image of a dragon, his heart raced. The dragon, a symbol of greed and destruction, had long haunted the dreams of men. In many cultures, it was the embodiment of an insatiable hunger, a reflection of the darker sides of ambition. The tales told of heroes who fought these beasts, but they were not just battling monsters. They were confronting the demons within themselves: jealousy, anger, and the relentless pursuit of wealth. Each stroke of the artist's brush seemed to breathe life into these ideas, pulling the reader into an emotional whirlwind. A shiver ran down the scholar's spine as he recalled the ancient fables, where men faced dragons and emerged not unscathed, but transformed. Life was a tapestry woven with the threads of triumph and failure, and in the battle against these beasts there lay a profound truth about humanity's relentless spirit. It was not just a fight for survival. It was a quest for understanding, for grappling with the very nature of good and evil. In another corner of the room, the shadows danced as the flames flickered, illuminating the vibrant images of griffins and unicorns. These creatures, noble and pure, represented the ideals humans aspired to embody. The griffin, half eagle and half lion, was a fusion of majesty and ferocity, encapsulating the struggle between the intellect and the primal instincts that resided within individuals. As the scholar pondered these dualities, he felt a rush of emotions: hope and despair, light and darkness, ever intertwined. His mind raced with thoughts of how every animal in the bestiary was more than a mere depiction. They were embodiments of virtues and vices. The wolf, often seen as a villain, also symbolized loyalty and the strength of community. It was a stark reminder that even the fiercest among us could be motivated by love and the need for belonging. The scholar's heart ached at the thought of the delicate balance inherent in human nature, a balance that could tip toward compassion or cruelty with a single choice. As he flipped to a page with the majestic phoenix rising from its ashes, a swell of emotion surged within him. This creature, a symbol of rebirth and renewal, resonated deeply with the struggles of humanity. Each life was fraught with failures and setbacks, yet, like the phoenix, there was always a possibility of rising, of starting anew. The scholar could feel the weight of his own experiences pressing down on him, and he understood that the bestiary did not shy away from the pain of existence. It embraced it, celebrated it. The beasts were not mere figments of imagination. They were the embodiment of the everyday battles fought in silence. The scholar recalled tales of the peacock, its vibrant colors a dazzling display masking its hidden insecurities. How often did people wear masks, pretending to be something they were not? The symphony of colors hid a longing for acceptance, a desire to be seen and understood. With every creature he studied, he felt a connection, an invisible thread linking the past to the present. Histories intertwined with emotions. Ancient fears echoed in the heartbeat of modern life. The bestiary was not just a collection of stories. It was a testament to the human condition, a reflection of the myriad ways people wrestle with their identities and struggles. Caught in this web of emotion and history, The scholar's heart pounded as he turned to the final pages filled with grotesque yet compelling creatures, monsters that represented the worst of humanity. The ogre, with its twisted features and insatiable appetite for destruction, was a stark reminder of the darkness that lurked within. Yet even an ogre was born from pain, from rejection, resonating with the sorrow of those who had been cast aside. The room grew colder as the weight of these realizations settled heavily on his shoulders. He could see the world through the eyes of these creatures. He felt their fears, their desires, their struggles. It was a powerful moment of clarity. The bestiary was not merely a reflection of animals. It was a mirror to the human soul, capturing the complexities that made humanity both beautiful and tragically flawed. Outside, the wind howled like a chorus of anguished spirits, echoing the tumult within. With a racing heart, the scholar closed the book, yet its impact lingered in the air. He felt alive, every fiber of his being vibrating with unspoken truths, insights into the heart of humanity. The bestiary had unveiled the depths of emotion that lay hidden beneath the surface, but it did not end here. There were more pages to turn, more stories to encounter, woven into the fabric of existence, waiting to be realized. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced like spirits, beckoning him toward the next chapter of understanding, a tantalizing glimpse into the mysteries still left to unravel. The echoes of the bestiary lingered, a reminder that every creature, every tale, was but a stepping stone on the winding path through the labyrinth of human nature. And as the scholar prepared to turn the page, he felt the pull of destiny, an irresistible urge to confront the next beast lurking just beyond the horizon of his understanding. In a quiet corner of the world, a dusty old book lay forgotten on a shelf. Its spine cracked and its pages yellowed with age. This wasn't just any book. It was a bestiary, a collection of fantastical creatures that had once danced through the imaginations of medieval minds. The moment someone finally blew off the dust and opened it, a wave of long-lost magic rushed back into the air, swirling with the scent of parchment and faded ink. Each page turned whispered stories of unicorns, griffins, and strange beasts that roamed the earth centuries ago. A spark ignited within that reader, igniting a curiosity that had lain dormant for far too long. It was as if the ancient words were calling out, echoing the fears and hopes of a world that had forgotten how to dream. Scholars and artists began to gather, drawn by the siren song of these remarkable creatures. The revival of interest grew, touching the hearts of many, young and old alike. They saw in these creatures more than mere myth. They saw reflections of their own humanity, its beauty, its chaos, and its struggle. The bestiary became a mirror, revealing truths buried beneath the surface of everyday life. In cozy coffee shops and grand libraries, the conversations thrummed with excitement. Artists sketched the majestic creatures, bringing them to life with vibrant colors and bold strokes. Historians pored over ancient texts, piecing together fragmented tales. The bestiary, once a relic of the past, breathed anew in the hands of those who dared to believe in the impossible. The thrill of discovery electrified the air. The creatures were more than figures on a page. They were symbols of hope, fear, and the unknown. As the new wave of bestiary enthusiasts grew, so did the desire to understand the origins of these creations. They looked back to the Middle Ages, a time when the lines between the real and the mythical were blurred. Each creature in the bestiary had its own story, often steeped in allegory and moral lessons. The unicorn, for instance, represented purity and grace, while the dragon embodied chaos and destruction. Each beast carried a weight of symbolism, a lesson waiting to be unveiled. The more they learned, the more they felt connected to the past, as if reaching out to touch the hands of those who once believed in these wonders. As excitement spread, bestiary-themed exhibits began to pop up in museums. People flocked to see the colorful illustrations that seemed to leap off the pages, each one inviting viewers into a story within a story. The vibrant colors and intricate designs stirred emotions, evoking gasps and smiles. Children with wide eyes stood in awe, captivated by the wild imagination of those who came before them. For a moment, amidst the chaos of modern life, they were transported to a time when legends roamed freely, and the impossible was merely a thought away. The influence rippled through literature and film as well. Writers took inspiration from these ancient texts, weaving tales that echoed the themes of the Bestiaries. New stories emerged, complete with dragons soaring across the sky and phoenixes rising from the ashes. Audiences filled theaters, eager to escape into worlds where magic thrived. The revival became a cultural phenomenon, a movement that transcended generations and united people in shared wonder. Amidst this fervor, there were whispers of skepticism. Some questioned the relevance of these ancient tales in the fast-paced world of technology and science. Yet, those who had experienced the magic of the bestiary understood its power. It was not merely about the creatures themselves, it was about the emotions they stirred within the soul. In a time of uncertainty, these ancient stories reminded people of their shared fears, dreams, and the timeless quest for understanding. As nights turned into days, a gathering of voices arose, a community forged in the fires of imagination. Workshops blossomed, where participants learned to blend art and history, creating their own modern bestiaries. They painted, wrote, and shared their visions of creatures both familiar and strange. The room pulsed with energy as laughter and inspiration flowed freely. Within those walls, barriers vanished and differences dissolved. Everyone was a storyteller, a creator, a believer in something more than what eyes could see. Even the digital realm felt the stirrings of this revival. Social media became a platform for sharing bestiary illustrations, stories, and interpretations. Creators from all corners of the globe connected, revealing their personal relationships with these ancient symbols. Young adults who had once felt lost in the chaos of the digital age found solace in the stories of mythical beasts that seemed to understand them in a way that everyday life could not. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the world, the bestiary's revival continued. Each flicker of candlelight in homes, each shared laugh in coffee shops, and every brushstroke on canvas added to a tapestry of emotion and creativity. The ancient bestiaries, once thought to be relics of a forgotten past, now thrived among the living, breathing life into hearts that craved connection and imagination. But as excitement mounted and hearts raced, a question lingered in the air. What would come next? With every turning page, with every retelling of a tale, the audience could sense the pulse of history weaving into the present. The world was awakening to a realization that both the past and the future were intertwined in a dance of storytelling. Just beyond the horizon of this revival lay the promise of something even greater, waiting to be unveiled, waiting to connect with the very essence of what it means to be human. In the dim light of a musty museum, a forgotten bestiary lay like a slumbering beast, its pages yellowed with time, illustrations of strange creatures gazing out with eyes that seemed to follow you. Each turn of the page whispered stories from a world where mythical beasts roamed alongside the everyday. These were not just fanciful drawings, they were fragments of history, links to ancient cultures and their beliefs, waiting to be unearthed. The air was heavy with the scent of antiquity, and as fingers gently brushed over the brittle parchment, the weight of centuries pressed down, layers of meaning, myth, and raw human emotion, all woven together in a tapestry of life and death. What lay hidden in the tales of griffins and unicorns? What secrets did they hold about the people who imagined them? Artifacts scattered across the globe, from the crumbling ruins of ancient cities to the quiet corners of forgotten tombs, began to resonate with the echoes of time. Roman mosaics depicting fantastical beasts, ornate tapestries from the Middle Ages, and intricately carved stone reliefs told a story that transcended the ages. They invited scholars and curious minds alike to piece together a picture of humanity's relationship with the natural and supernatural worlds. In one dusty corner of a vast archaeological site, a team of researchers uncovered an exquisite piece of pottery, its surface etched with the likeness of a dragon coiled protectively around a treasure. This was no ordinary vessel. It was a canvas of belief, a reflection of a society that revered the strength and mystery of the creatures it depicted. The thrill of discovery electrified the air, and with each shard unearthed, the past came rushing back, filling the void of what was once lost. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, the connection between artifact and bestiary became palpable. A fragment of a text emerged from beneath layers of earth, revealing descriptions of fantastical beasts that lived not just in the imagination, but in the hearts and minds of the people who painted them into existence. The excitement intensified, a palpable pulse that echoed in the chests of those who understood the significance of these finds. Historians gathered around, their voices a mix of awe and fervor, debating the implications of the discoveries. What did these images reveal about the fears, hopes, and dreams of the artists who created them? The beasts had become more than mere illustrations. They were embodiments of cultural identity, metaphors for the struggles and triumphs of a society. A centaur in a Greek vase whispered of duality, the battle between human reason and animal instinct. A phoenix in a medieval manuscript sang of rebirth, of resilience in the face of despair, resonating deeply with the human experience. A newfound artifact, a bronze plaque depicting a chimera, was unearthed in a crumbling castle, sending waves of excitement through the academic community. The plaque shimmered under the light, the ghastly creature etched into its surface evoking a sense of both dread and fascination. What had the craftsmen of old wanted to communicate? Were they warning of chaos and destruction, or celebrating the beauty of the bizarre? Each interpretation added layers to the bestiary's legacy, inviting a spectrum of emotions ranging from fear to wonder. In the quiet moments, when excavations yielded no treasures, the team would sit around a flickering campfire, reflecting on the stories behind the beasts. Shadows danced against the ancient stones, and the air was filled with tales of long-lost civilizations, their beliefs rooted in the very fabric of these creatures. Each myth brought with it a sense of belonging, tying individuals to the greater narrative of humanity's quest for understanding the world around them. The ink used in those bestiaries told a story of its own, an alchemical mix of plant extracts and minerals, each hue a reminder of the natural world that surrounded these ancient people. It was a connection to their environment, a link between the life they lived and the stories they spun. As scholars analyzed the chemical makeup of the ink, they unwittingly revived the spirit of those who walked the earth centuries before, their thoughts and dreams now crystallized in the colors that adorned the pages. In the thick of archaeological findings, the lines between reality and myth began to blur. A well-preserved stone carving of a mermaid emerged, her tail glistening in the sunlight as if she were still swimming through the waves of an ocean long forgotten. She held within her the dreams of sailors and the fears of the unknown, a symbol of longing that tugged at the heartstrings of all who laid eyes upon her. What did she represent to those who crafted her? And what does she whisper to modern souls adrift in a sea of uncertainty? With every discovery, the narrative of Bestiaries expanded, entwining with the threads of history and humanity. The breathtaking range of emotions captured in ancient texts, fear, love, longing, echoed through time, resonating with contemporary audiences who sought solace in the familiar yet strange. They were portals to a shared past, inviting the curious to ponder their own place within the timeline of existence. The excitement rippled through the crowd gathered at a newly opened exhibit where artifacts from the past mingled with the lush illustrations of the bestiary. Visitors marveled at the juxtaposition of the tangible and the imagined, their hearts racing as they took in the tales of bravery and caution, life's fragility, and the omnipresence of nature's wonders. The exhibit sparked discussions, igniting a flame of curiosity that leaped from person to person, reminding everyone present that the stories of those who walked before them were never truly lost. They were alive, breathing once more. And so, the dance of artifacts and bestiaries continued, an intricate waltz of history and imagination, intertwining the past with the present, each creature, each symbol, serving as a reminder that the human spirit, its fears, hopes, and dreams, transcends time, forever imprinted in the annals of history. The quest for understanding persisted, fueled by the relentless pursuit of knowledge and the yearning to connect with the essence of what it means to be human. In the flickering light of a dying campfire, shadows danced across the faces of ancient peoples, their eyes wide with wonder and fear. They spoke in hushed tones, recounting tales of magnificent beasts, creatures that roamed the earth, soared through the skies, or lurked in the depths of the oceans. Each story held a powerful truth, woven together by strands of mythology, morality, and the inexplicable bond between humanity and the animal kingdom. As the night enveloped them, these narratives took on a life of their own, echoing the whispered fears and dreams of countless generations. This was not just storytelling. It was a glimpse into the soul of civilization itself. From the arid sands of the Middle East to the lush forests of Europe, bestiaries emerged like living tapestries, capturing the essence of the world around them. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh introduced mythical creatures that both terrified and fascinated. The monstrous Humbaba guarded the cedar forest, symbolizing the wild and untamed aspects of nature that humanity sought to conquer. Here, the beast became a reflection of human traits: strength, fear, and the universal struggle against the unknown. This tension between man and beast would weave its way into the very fabric of cultures across the globe. Meanwhile, in ancient Greece, the physiologus painted vivid images of animals through a moral lens, giving rise to a tradition that would ripple through time. The lion, a symbol of bravery, and the fox, a representation of cunning, offered lessons far beyond their physical presence. Each creature held a mirror to human behavior, teaching love, betrayal, and the quest for wisdom. The Greeks imbued their animals with personality, making them relatable and memorable, ensuring that their stories would be passed down through generations. The words flowed like honey, sweet yet tinged with the bitterness of truth. Across the vast oceans in the heart of ancient China, the Shanhai Jing, or classic of mountains and seas, took shape. This compendium of mythological geography brimmed with fantastical creatures that both awed and terrified. Dragons, once revered as symbols of power and prosperity, intertwined with tales of courage and sacrifice. The Qilin, a hooved chimerical creature, embodied good fortune and wisdom, guiding the righteous and punishing the wicked. As the tales unfolded, the Chinese bestiary became a canvas, reflecting the moral values and aspirations of a civilization steeped in rich tradition. In the depths of the African savanna, the oral traditions of the Maasai painted a world where animals were not mere creatures but sacred symbols of identity. The lion, king of the beasts, stood as a testament to bravery and leadership, while the clever hyena played the role of the trickster, teaching lessons about humility and cunning. These stories, passed down through generations, were not just tales. They were lifelines that connected the people to their ancestors, the land, and each other. The rhythmic chants around the fire echoed the wisdom of the ages, binding community and culture with every word. Traveling westward to the Celtic lands, one would find a rich tapestry of animal lore interwoven with the mystical. The Book of Kells, a masterwork of illuminated manuscripts, featured not just stunning artwork but also creatures whose significance ran deep. The stag, a symbol of regeneration and the link between the earthly and the divine, wove its way through the tales of kings and warriors. The stories danced with the magic of the forests, each animal embodying the essence of the world, reminding the Celts of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. It was a sacred pact, a promise forever etched in the pages of history. As time flowed on, the bestiary found its voice in medieval Europe, where the bestiarium depicted not just animals, but the very nature of humanity. The unicorn, elusive and pure, represented the divine, a creature that could only be tamed by a virgin. Each page revealed an intricate web of symbolism, intertwining the earthly with the ethereal. The moral lessons embedded within these beastly tales were as poignant as they were profound. They shaped the hearts and minds of those who read them, offering solace and reflection in a tumultuous world. Yet, despite the differences in cultures, an undeniable thread connected these bestiaries, a shared understanding of the animal kingdom as a reflection of the human experience. The beasts mirrored the fears, hopes, and moral struggles of their creators, transcending geographical boundaries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ages, the stories of these cultures began to intertwine, creating a vast mosaic of shared humanity. In far-off lands, the Incas revered the condor, soaring high above the Andes, embodying freedom and power. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, the Inuit honored the polar bear, a fearsome guardian of the ice, teaching resilience amidst the harshest of climates. Each creature became a touchstone for its people, encapsulating the essence of life in their respective environments. And as the tales spread, they carried with them the heartbeat of cultures, a pulse that resonated across time and space. As the campfire flickered one last time, the spirits of these beasts seemed to rise from the embers, whispering their stories into the night. The tales of ancient peoples transcended time, threaded through the very fabric of existence, each voice a testament to the enduring bond between humanity and the creatures that share this world. With hearts racing and minds swirling, the stories beckoned the listener to turn the page, to continue the exploration of these magnificent beings that danced through history. The fire might flicker out, but the tales of beasts would forever burn bright, igniting the imagination and stirring the soul. In a dimly lit chamber, flickering candles cast shadows on the worn pages of a massive leather-bound tome. The air is thick with the scent of parchment and ink, a smell that seems to hold stories of creatures that once roamed the earth and skies. The illustrations within show fantastical beasts, some with the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, others with serpentine tails and scales that shimmered like jewels. These were the ancient bestiaries, where the natural world mingled with myth, breeding monsters that danced through the imaginations of those who dared to read. Each page turned with the soft whisper of secrets waiting to be spilled. The beasts within these collections were not merely animals. They were embodiments of human fears, desires, and moral lessons. A unicorn, pure and untouchable, represented virtue, while a dragon, scaly and fierce, embodied greed and destruction. As the candlelight flickered, one could almost hear the echo of ancient voices discussing the meanings hidden in the fur and feathers of these extraordinary beings. Imagine a time long ago in a bustling medieval village where a storyteller gathered the townsfolk around a crackling fire. With wide eyes and hushed breaths, the villagers hung on every word. The storyteller painted vivid pictures of a creature with the head of a woman and the body of a bird, a siren who lured sailors to their doom with sweet songs. The children trembled, feeling the danger and allure of the unknown as they listened, their imaginations igniting with each description. They could almost hear the flutter of wings and feel the pull of the siren's call, a blend of excitement and dread that sent shivers down their spines. These tales, rooted in the ancient bestiaries, found their way into the fabric of fantasy literature, where they transformed and evolved, taking on new forms in the minds of countless writers over the centuries. The same siren that haunted the coasts of ancient myths became a character in a young adult novel, where she is not just a threat but a complex figure with emotions that tug at the heartstrings. The Bestiaries served as a bridge, connecting the past to the present, allowing these creatures to leap off the pages and into the lives of readers today. With each new iteration, the monsters grew more nuanced. A dragon, once simply a fire-breathing beast, now depicted struggles with identity and loneliness, mirroring the fears of those who read about it. The tales of these creatures began to reflect not just the shadows cast by their teeth and claws, but also the light of their inner lives. The ancient bestiaries acted as a canvas, creating a space where fear could intermingle with empathy, where the monstrous could find a voice, and where humanity's deepest emotions could be expressed through the actions of these fantastic beings. As the sun dipped below the horizon, and the storyteller's voice faded into the night, the villagers carried those tales with them. The echoes of the bestiaries lingered in their hearts, inspiring a new generation of writers. In the quiet corners of their minds, the stories of mythical beasts simmered, waiting to be unleashed onto blank pages. The influence of ancient bestiaries became a thread woven into the tapestry of literature, one that pulsed with life and imagination, drawing readers into its embrace. In the very marrow of fantasy literature lies a deep-seated understanding of fear and hope, love and loss, emotions that ancient bestiaries captured so beautifully. The images of griffins soaring through golden skies or phoenixes rising from their ashes fueled the fires of creativity, leading to epic sagas and whimsical tales that filled libraries around the world. From J.R.R. Tolkien's towering trolls to C.S. Lewis's talking animals, the essence of these beasts breathed life into narratives that transcended time and space. The creatures of the bestiaries, once confined to their pages, now roamed freely in the minds of writers, evolving with each retelling. They became symbols of the human experience, guiding characters on their quests, teaching valuable lessons, and challenging heroes to confront their innermost fears. A simple chimeric creature could spark a new hero's journey, setting the stage for battles that would echo through generations. The stakes were high, the tension palpable, and the emotional weight of these stories could be felt with every heartbeat. In the shadows of dark forests where the lines between reality and fantasy blurred, the ancient beasts continued to whisper their secrets to those who listened. One could almost hear the rustling of leaves, the faint growl of a lurking creature, or the haunting wail of a banshee. These sounds were the siren calls of inspiration. They echoed through time, reminding writers to embrace the wildness within themselves, to dare to imagine, and to share those visions with the world. As the flames of the fire flickered, casting a warm glow over the eager faces of the listeners, the boundary between the known and the fantastical melted away. The stories spun from ancient bestiaries wrapped around them like a comfortable blanket, protection against the chills of the night. The emotions that coursed through the tales of danger, beauty, and tragedy kept them entranced, each word drawing them deeper into a world where anything was possible. The cycle of storytelling continued, driven by the ancient bestiaries that never truly faded. They lived on, breathing life into the narratives of the present and future, whispering to every aspiring creator the promise of adventure waiting to be told. And as new stories emerged, each one more dazzling and thought-provoking than the last, the echo of the ancient beasts remained an indelible part of the fabric of fantasy literature, a timeless influence that refused to be silenced. Under the flickering light of a lone candle, an ancient manuscript lay open, its pages yellowed with age, filled with illustrations of fantastical creatures. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink, a tangible connection to a world where dragons soared and unicorns roamed. Scholars throughout the ages had pored over such texts, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of possibilities hidden in each elaborate drawing. Yet, in a corner of a dimly lit library, the future of these bestiaries whispered with urgency, beckoning intellects to rise once more. Long ago, bestiaries were more than mere curiosities. They were vessels of knowledge, serving as moral compasses and reflections of human understanding. In medieval times, these books connected the mundane and the divine. Creatures like the phoenix symbolized rebirth, while the lion stood as the epitome of Christ. Each entry was a parable, a lesson wrapped in the skin of a beast. Fast forward to today, and the fate of these ancient compendiums hangs in the balance, like the last notes of a song echoing in the stillness of a forgotten hall. As academia shifts focus toward contemporary issues, many wonder if these mythical creatures will be cast aside, dismissed as relics of an ignorant past. Yet, there is a stirring among scholars, a whisper of revival echoing through the hallowed halls of universities. An electrifying curiosity surges forward, igniting discussions on how these bestiaries can illuminate our current societal struggles. Suddenly, the creatures that once captivated the imaginations of countless generations take on new life, their stories resonating with modern themes of identity, environment, and morality. The atmosphere crackles with excitement as vibrant debates erupt in lecture halls. Students, their faces alight with passion, argue fiercely about the relevance of the griffin's courage and the snake's cunning in today's political landscape. Their voices rise and fall like the tides, each point laced with the urgency of their generation's plight. One might wonder how a centaur, half man and half horse, could represent the clash between nature and industrialization. Yet that very conflict fuels their discourse, an expression of how humanity grapples with its place in an ever-evolving world. Amidst this fervor, a new wave of interdisciplinary collaboration begins to take shape. Scholars from fields as diverse as environmental science, psychology, and literature are joining forces, weaving together narratives that transcend boundaries. A biologist might examine the symbol of the dragon, once a fearsome beast, now seen as a metaphor for climate change, representing the destructive forces we have unleashed upon our planet. The unfolding drama is palpable. Every lecture feels like a rallying cry for change, where the past and present converge in a breathtaking dance. The glow of virtual meetings flickers to life, uniting students and professors from across the globe. With screens aglow, they examine the pages of historical bestiaries, engaging in vibrant discussions that traverse time and space. Here, the hybrid creatures of lore become symbols of unity in diversity, fostering a sense of community among scholars who once studied in isolation. The emotional intensity builds as voices chime in with enthusiasm, sharing insights that transform the mundane into moments of pure revelation. A young student, eyes wide with excitement, stands to present her findings. She traces the evolution of the mermaid legend, revealing how this enchanting creature has morphed from seducer of sailors to a symbol of empowerment in a world grappling with gender issues. The audience hangs on her every word, the weight of her revelation sinking in. A ripple of acknowledgement passes through the room. The creatures of lore are not just figments of imagination. They are mirrors reflecting our deepest fears and aspirations. In another corner of the academic landscape, a seasoned professor, burdened with years of experience, speaks of a time when these creatures were dismissed as mere fantasies. His voice trembles with regret, a haunting echo of lost opportunities. Yet, a glimmer of hope shines in his eyes as he recounts stories of students who have taken the reins of this revival. He shares tales of their art, poetry, and performances, breathing new life into ancient myths, creating bridges to the past that inspire fresh perspectives. The audience feels the weight of his words, and the atmosphere thickens with determination, an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. As the clock ticks, time feels suspended, each moment stretching into eternity. Scholars lean closer to one another, sharing whispered thoughts and theories, their hearts racing as they begin to envision a future filled with possibilities. With every insight, they carve a path that intertwines discovery and creation. They are no longer just students and professors. They are alchemists of discourse, transforming the abstract into tangible realities that pulse with life. Yet, lurking beneath the surface, tensions brew. Some traditionalists cling tightly to the idea that bestiary studies belong to the past, a treasure trove of legends that has little to teach us now. Their voices, laced with skepticism, punctuate the vibrant conversations, casting long shadows over the hopeful discussions. But, with each challenge, the resolve of the advocates grows stronger. The emotional stakes rise. Every debate ignites a fire in the hearts of those who believe that these ancient texts can inform our modern struggles, enriching our minds and stirring our souls. The air is electric, charged with anticipation as a new generation steps forward. They are armed with passion, creativity, and an insatiable curiosity. They refuse to let the stories of unicorns and griffins fade into obscurity. With every stroke of a pen, every brush on a canvas, they breathe life into the myths, reimagining them in ways that resonate deeply within the fabric of society. The ancient creatures are no longer just characters. They become living symbols of resilience and transformation, inviting all to partake in the magic of their narratives. And so the flickering candlelight casts dancing shadows on the walls, whispering secrets of what lies ahead. The future of bestiary studies pulsates with life, thriving on the unyielding spirit of those who dare to dream. The pages await new narratives, eager to be filled with emotion, tension, and the timeless call of the wild. The world, with all its complexities, craves these stories, hungering for the connections that bind us to our past while guiding us toward an uncertain yet hopeful tomorrow. In this moment, the creatures stir, ready to leap from the pages and reclaim their place in the hearts and minds of a new generation, a generation poised to write the next chapter of their incredible saga. The fire crackled, sending sparks dancing into the night sky, illuminating the faces huddled around it. Children whispered tales of creatures lurking in the shadows, their eyes wide with fear and wonder. With each flickering flame, their imaginations conjured images of beasts that defy explanation, monsters that haunted the edges of reality and the boundaries of nature. These forbidden creatures existed not just in the minds of the young, but were steeped in ancient lore, woven through the fabric of history like a thread of truth. Yet, as stories wove their way through generations, a chilling truth lingered. How do we interpret the forbidden without crossing sacred lines? As dusk surrendered to night, the storytelling shifted, revealing a delicate balance between fear and fascination. The elders spoke of the bunyip, a creature lurking in Australian swamps, its chilling cry echoing through the mist. It held the weight of ancestral knowledge, embodying the fears of a people whose very identity was tied to the land and its mysteries. Yet, in the act of interpreting such tales, questions emerged. Who had the right to tell these stories? Who was to say what was real and what was merely a fabrication of the imagination? In ancient cultures, forbidden creatures often represented more than just the unknown. They personified societal fears, moral lessons, and the fragility of life itself. When the Aztecs told of the Nahual, a shape-shifting spirit that could become anything, it was not merely a tale of transformation. It touched upon the intricate relationship between humanity and the divine, the consequences of power, and the duality of existence. But in modern times, as these stories were retold, the lines began to blur. What was once a sacred narrative could easily be reduced to mere entertainment, consumed without respect, distorted for sensationalism. The air grew thick with tension as the stories of the Wendigo, a creature born from hunger and isolation, were recounted. In Algonquian folklore, the Wendigo was a cautionary tale, warning against greed and the loss of humanity. But now, in a world driven by clicks and views, the Wendigo's image morphed into a grotesque caricature, stripped of its meaning. In the frenzy of interpretation, the ethical implications faded, leaving behind a hollow shell of what once was, a reminder of the very real dangers of trivializing the sacred. Stories of the chupacabra, the infamous goat-sucker, echoed in the minds of those gathered around the fire. For many, it was a tale of rural dread, an embodiment of agricultural fears and economic distress. The creature's existence blurred the lines between myth and reality, casting shadows on the struggles of communities grappling with loss. Yet, as more people chased the elusive fame of the chupacabra, the narrative warped, becoming a sensationalized spectacle that lost touch with the very livelihoods it once represented. As the shadows lengthened and the fire crackled low, the night breathed with the weight of unspoken truths. Here lay the ethical dilemmas entwined within the stories of forbidden creatures, a dance of respect and representation. The tales that were meant to connect us to our roots and to each other had become mere commodities, stripped of the cultural significance they once held. Who benefited when these stories were told? Did the interpretation serve the communities that created them? Or did they only feed the insatiable appetite of a wider audience that often cared little for the origins of such tales? Through each tale, the listeners felt a stirring within their chests, a deep awareness of the responsibility that came with storytelling. Could they dare to tread where others had faltered? The weight of the past lingered, whispering of the elders who had once guarded these stories, ensuring that only those who sought to honor their essence could share them. But the fire crackled on, and the world moved forward, often leaving behind the very roots that had nurtured such rich narratives. In the flickering light, a shiver ran through the crowd as they considered the ethical considerations that loomed over them like a specter. Who was to decide what was sacred and what was mere entertainment? Was the act of retelling a form of reverence or an act of desecration? The stories of the forbidden creatures became more than just entertainment. They transformed into a living, breathing testament to the power and peril of interpretation. As the embers faded and the horizon began to lighten, a sense of urgency grew. The voices of the past echoed, pleading for recognition and respect. The forbidden creatures called for understanding, for a connection that transcended time and culture. Each story held the weight of generations, laden with memories of laughter, fear, and lessons learned. The tension hung heavy in the air. The stories demanded to be heard, but they also required a promise, a commitment to honor their origins. With each flicker of the dying flames, the stories remained alive, beckoning for a fresh perspective. The whispers grew louder, urging those who would listen to tread carefully, to honor the guardians of the past. The night held its breath, waiting for the dawn, an awakening of sorts, a chance to redefine the narratives that shaped lives. As the first light broke through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead, the creatures of the night lingered, casting a long shadow. The world was ready to listen, yet the question remained: would it choose to remember? Would it have the courage to respect what had been given? Or would it continue down a path of reckless interpretation, leaving behind the sacred echoes of the past? The tension hung in the air, a delicate balance of hope and reckoning, as the stories sought their rightful place in the hearts and minds of those who dared to listen. In a dimly lit corner of a grand library, a young girl flips through the pages of an ancient book, its leather binding cracked and worn. The flickering candlelight casts shadows that dance across bizarre illustrations. A lion with the wings of an eagle, a creature that resembles a dragon with scales like a serpent, and a horse with a mermaid's tail. Each page unfolds secrets of the past, whispering stories of mythical beasts that once roamed the imagination. As she turns the pages, she feels a shiver run down her spine, a thrilling connection to the unknown. These bestiaries, once filled with the knowledge and fears of a world far removed from the present, continue to seep into the fabric of modern culture. The girl is unaware that the very creatures she gazes upon have influenced countless tales, films, and even folklore that shape the world around her. They are not just remnants of a forgotten era. They are living entities that find new life in the stories we tell. Take, for instance, the griffin, that majestic creature with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. In ancient texts, it symbolized divine power and protection. Today, it soars through animated films and fantasy novels, embodying bravery and loyalty. Children clutch toys made in its likeness, and artists capture its spirit in paintings, unaware of the creature's convoluted history. The girl in the library feels the thrill of the griffin's might as she imagines it soaring above the mountains, a guardian of ancient secrets. Then there's the phoenix, the fiery bird that rises from its ashes, a symbol of rebirth and immortality. In the past, it represented the cycle of life and death, a constant reminder that from destruction, new beginnings could emerge. This powerful image resonates through stories of heroes who fall only to rise again, inspiring countless characters in popular media. The girl imagines the flames enveloping the phoenix, its beautiful plumage glowing like a sunset, leaving her breathless in the moment. As she flips to another page, a shiver of unease grips her. There lies the unicorn, a creature of purity and grace but also shrouded in mystery and darkness. In ancient bestiaries, it was often depicted as a fierce and untamable beast, a symbol of the struggle between light and shadow. Today, the unicorn is painted in pastel hues, a gentle creature in the eyes of children. Yet beneath that charming facade lies a history steeped in complexity and danger. The girl wonders what secrets hide behind the sparkles and rainbows, feeling a thrill of fear, yet longing for the enchanting allure of the mythical creature. Each creature in the bestiary is a vessel of emotion, embodying the hopes, fears, and dreams of humanity throughout time. They are reflections of what it means to be alive, to confront the unknown, and to imagine the unimaginable. People still find comfort in these tales, drawing from the emotional weight they carry. The girl feels the pull of their stories. She's not merely reading about them, but connecting with them emotionally. The air is thick with anticipation, as if the very walls of the library are breathing alongside her, urging her to keep turning the pages. The presence of these ancient beasts extends far beyond the dusty tomes of history. They are revived in modern culture, appearing in video games, movies, and even social media. A new generation shares stories of dragons and mermaids, creating vibrant communities that reflect the same fascination once held by their ancestors. The girl imagines how these creatures, once confined to the pages of books, now interact with people in dynamic ways, encapsulating the spirit of adventure and wonder. Consider the dragon, often portrayed as a terrifying beast breathing fire and destruction, yet its legacy is multifaceted. In some cultures, it embodies wisdom and strength, a guardian of treasures. This duality captivates modern storytellers, inspiring numerous adaptations. The girl envisions knights battling dragons, but also forming alliances with them, exploring the complexity of their relationship. Feelings of terror and awe intermingle in her heart, leaving her yearning for more. As the hours pass, the girl realizes she's not alone. Other readers have gathered, drawn by the magnetic pull of the ancient stories. They discuss how these legendary creatures resonate with their own lives, how they reflect personal struggles and triumphs. Laughter and gasps fill the air as they share their own interpretations of these mythical beings. The library transforms into a sanctuary where emotions run wild, and the ancient bestiaries become a bridge connecting generations. The girl's heart races as she listens to tales of bravery and loss, of adventures that echo the struggles of the past. Each shared experience weaves a tapestry of connection, binding them through a shared love for the extraordinary. She realizes that these creatures aren't just relics of history. They thrive in the hopes and dreams of those who believe in magic. As twilight deepens, the flickering candlelight casts long shadows across the pages. The girl feels the weight of history pressing down on her, each creature calling out to her through time, urging her to carry their stories forward. The library pulses with life, and she knows that the legacy of these ancient bestiaries stretches far beyond their pages. They live in the hearts of those who believe, igniting imagination and emotion, creating a cycle that binds past to present. With a thrilling sense of urgency, she turns to the next page. The shadows shift and the air crackles with possibility. The tales are not finished. They are merely beginning again, ready to take flight into the world outside the library's walls, where dreams are made real. And the wondrous creatures of the past can inspire new legends to emerge. The girl's heart races, her breath quickens, and she knows that as long as there are stories to tell, these ancient beings will never truly fade away.